It was only when the endless yellow fields of ripe wheat were left behind, along with the clouds of dust kicked up by the wheels of the departing cab, that Monica and her daughter Kayla were finally able to look around and assess the situation. "Mom, how are we supposed to live here? Don't we have any neighbors? What about the playground? And the merry-go-rounds?" asked the 8-year-old girl, leaning on her crutch. Monica looked at her daughter with concern. What could she say in her unenviable position? To get such a house was considered a great fortune. However, she would not leave her daughter's question unanswered. "It's okay, Kayla. We'll live, we'll see, and the neighbors will be friends. And we'll organize our own comforts. Now let's try to open the door. We have the keys." Kayla nodded and looked again at the gloomy house that looked like a witch's dwelling from a fairy tale. Divorce. Monica had never lived in a private house before. She'd always lived in an apartment. It's easier there. All the amenities are at hand. But that was before. And now there wasn't much choice. Consider bankrupt barely scraped together the money to move to this suburban house. Are there wolves or bears around here? There's a forest nearby. Wouldn't watermen come out of the river? Kayla asked again and looked doubtfully toward the nearest wooded area. Monica smiled and jokingly tugged her daughter's pigtail with a bright bow. "There you go, watching cartoons again. You should read a book about animals or something." Kayla flicked the tip of her tongue at her mother's joking tone. "I have read about animals. Well, there are all kinds of animals. Some are kind, and some are not so kind." "Never mind. Most often animals do not come too close to human habitation. There's no such thing as watermen," Monica said and walked to the shabby door of the house, about to open it. The keys given to her by Bill, the former owner, had a distinctive beard, as if from a tale of a castle with a drawn hearth. The house itself looked dilapidated. The closed shutters were covered in green moss, the roof was sad and wistful, and the network of small cracks in the walls made her worry for its integrity. "Well, there's a lot of work to be done here," Monica thought sadly, and turned the key in the keyhole. At the same time, there was a distinctive click, and the door slid forward smoothly. The hinges creaked softly, and the smell of dampness wafted into her face. Bill had told her that during floods the water from the nearby river came almost to her doorstep. If it hadn't been for the relative cheapness of the place and the circumstances, she would never have agreed to such a deal. She'd rather have demanded her money back than get involved in this dubious business of paying off a debt with someone else's inheritance. Leaning on her crutch, Kayla obediently followed her mother into the house. In moments of excitement, she became particularly noticeable in her voice, which caused Monica great anxiety. "Mom, why is it so dirty and smells like a basement?" Kayla asked childishly, unceremoniously. Monica smiled. "But what can you do? This house is ours now. We'll open the windows to air it out and tidy it up." Kayla shrugged uncertainly and wanted to go inside, but her mother held her by the shoulder, trying to find the light switch. The house was dark. Monica was afraid her daughter would trip and fall. At that moment, a strange sound came from the back of the room, reminding Monica of a sigh or a groan. "Oh, who's that?" "A house cat," Kayla exclaimed fearfully. Leaving her daughter's question unanswered, Monica carefully pulled her smartphone out of her pocket and turned on the flashlight on it. The bright beam cut through the gloomy total darkness of the house and began to scrupulously search the walls, floor, and far corners of the room. At first glance, nothing unusual. An ordinary building with a pile of junk on the floor, cobwebs and dust everywhere you could reach with your hand. Monica was about to think she was imagining things when the mysterious sound came again. It gave her the opportunity to see something strange next to the pile of rags. "What the hell is that?" she whispered and stepped closer. Only now it was clear that it was some kind of animal, a rather large one. It was also, by the looks of it, seriously injured. Monica pointed the beam of light in the right direction and almost immediately saw that it was a dog, whose eyes glistened with tears. "Well, that dog, you see, even his tail hurts," Kayla asked anxiously. Monica nodded and gently touched the dog with her hand. He whimpered softly and tried to lift his head. At that moment, Monica noticed a distinctive wound in the back. The blood was already caked on it, which meant that the dog had been injured several hours ago. Monica was not immediately able to understand how the dog had gotten into the house. She found out a little later, when she finally found the light switch and the room was flooded with a nice yellow light. Monica looked around and immediately noticed the second exit from the house, the doors of which were partially broken and crumbled from time. Most likely, having been injured, the dog had taken refuge in this abandoned house and was left to die. Monica had heard once that animals tend to do this. Sensing imminent doom, they leave the house and hide wherever they can. Suddenly, she felt sorry for the poor thing and decided to save it by all means. "Kayla, please sit down in this chair. See, you're going to trip and fall. I'm going to try to help this poor man," Monica said curtly and started to work. Of course, she didn't have much in the way of medicine, except for some greens and hydrogen peroxide from Kayla's medicine cabinet. Since Monica's childhood and adolescence had been difficult, she knew how to administer first aid, at least to animals for sure, transferring the dog to a more or less clean rag found here. Monica began to treat the wound, saying that there was nothing more to be done about them. "He'll live, won't he?" Kayla asked anxiously, whose eyes immediately filled with tears. Monica shuddered. A disturbing thought flashed through her mind. No, not again. "I can't let the dog die in front of my daughter." This thought gave her strength and made her act with redoubled vigor. The fact was that 3 months ago, Kylie's grandmother's life had been cut short by an insidious heart attack that had left a lasting impression on her granddaughter. Moreover, everything happened in front of Kayla, who on that fateful day stayed at her grandmother's house for a couple of days. When Roberta suddenly felt bad, Kayla immediately rushed to the phone to call an ambulance. But no matter how much she spun the disc, it was all in vain. The situation was aggravated by the fact that Roberta hated cell phones, so she always used a landline. Unable to call the doctors, Kayla tried to help her grandmother. Tiny hands began to do indirect heart massage, as she had once seen in the movies. But it was useless. Not every adult can cope with such a task. How could a child? Realizing that her beloved grandmother was leaving, Kayla jumped out of the house and rushed to the neighbors, knocking on the door, calling the intercom, crying and asking for help. Unfortunately, despite the fact that the ambulance arrived without delay, Robert could not be saved. The resuscitator did everything possible and impossible, even using a defibrillator discharge. But the miracle didn't happen. Monica lost her mother, whom she loved with all her heart. Later, she often blamed herself for the fact that she was not there at such a crucial moment. As luck would have it, that day she was suing her ex-husband, Jordan, who with the help of a clever combination decided to take away her restaurant. And why did I agree to all of this? Why? Listen to a lawyer, take it to court. I would have been better off just giving him the restaurant. I would have saved my nerves and my sanity. And maybe I would have saved my mom. Monica blamed herself. Unfortunately, the departure of her grandmother made an indelible impression on little Kayla, who experienced a strong nervous shock that affected her development. The girl spent about a week in bed, unable to get up and take a step on her own. Monica called the doctors, appealed to specialists, but all of them only spread their hands. They said that there is a severe nervous breakdown. After all, it was the realization of his own powerlessness in the face of death made Kayla experience extremely unpleasant moments of his life. It was not until 3 weeks after the incident that Kayla was able to sit up and therefore moved only in a wheelchair. About 2 weeks ago, Kayla began to get up little by little, walking around the room. Of course, it was still a long way from complete healing. However, Monica perfectly understood that it was necessary to protect her daughter's health and take care of her, no matter what. And now, rescuing a stray dog, she wanted Kayla to believe in miracles and the power of human kindness. To the dog's credit, he endured all the manipulations steadfastly, never once trying to snap or growl, only when he was in particular pain. He whimpered softly and looked at Monica with his tear-wet eyes. "Hush, hush, bear it, but don't cry. It'll get better. I'm not a veterinarian or a doctor, but I understand something. When I was a child, I saw a calf mauled by a wolf. The wounds were even more serious. But he made it through. Though I owe a lot of credit to my grandmother. She was good at herbs. She could make potions that no one could make. I wish I could find some chamomile and make a decoction," Monica whispered sadly, treating the wound. She concluded that it had probably been stabbed. "Who would want to hurt you?" "Some scoundrel," Monica whispered. Only now she noticed that the dog was wearing a good yellow collar around his neck. The appearance of the collar showed that it was expensive. "Look at you. I thought you were homeless. You have a collar, and I think there's a tag on it. What does it say? Your name or something? Phone number's hard to see. It's covered in dirt and blood." "Okay, I'll look at it again later and everything will be clear," Monica said, and covered the dog with a blanket she found in the room. For some unknown reason, Monica immediately realized that the pet would make it. Monica just looked into his eyes and saw the strongest desire to live. "There, that's better. Oh, thank God we found you and Kayla in time. Otherwise, you'd be in that house for the rest of your life. It's really out in the middle of nowhere," Monica said, and looked at her daughter. A sweet smile played on Kayla's lips. It was exactly the effect she wanted after the shock of her grandmother's death. Kayla rarely smiled. She was always wary, but today she suddenly blossomed when she saw her mom as a real heroine. Truth be told, Monica didn't think she'd done anything special. She had rescued a stray dog, helped him, but she couldn't pass it by, Monica thought, and went to the closed windows to turn the special lever that allowed her to open the shutters and let the bright sunlight into the house. Even though it was nearing evening, it was still quite bright outside. The gentle rays of the sun instantly transformed the room beyond recognition. Deciding not to clean the whole house at once, Monica chose one room she liked and started cleaning it immediately. She chose the part of the house where there was a small sofa and a bed. Monica was going to give the bed to her daughter, and she wanted to sit on the sofa herself. Fortunately, there was a well behind the house full of cold water. And in the barn, there were a couple of buckets, which turned out to be quite serviceable and did not leak. Soon Monica was wielding a kind of mop made of a piece of stick and a small T-shaped bar. "My former employees should see me now," she thought with a smile, remembering how she had been a restaurant owner a month ago and looking forward to the future with confidence. Perhaps Kayla would have grown her business to a huge size over time if it hadn't been for Jordan, who at some point in his life had suddenly decided to turn his attention to his mistress. This despite the fact that the two of them were raising an 8-year-old daughter together. Unlike Kayla, the death of her mother-in-law did not make any impression on Jordan. He did not come to the funeral and generally acted as if Roberta was completely indifferent to him. He had once asked her for Monica's hand in marriage. Yes, exactly asked, standing on one knee, holding out a huge bouquet of snow-white roses. I'm sad to think of it. Monica couldn't hold back the tears. Of course, at the time, Jordan thought she was still worthy of such courtship, since she'd just opened her own restaurant and had established herself as the new leader in the business. Jordan, on the other hand, was working at some run-down auto repair shop. And he wasn't exactly a star. Dirty, oil-covered hands, bruised knuckles from constant contact with tools and wrenches, and a perpetual sadness in his eyes caused by lack of money, and also clothes from a cheap sale, bought a couple sizes larger than what he needed in reality. It so happened that at the time of his acquaintance with Monica, Jordan managed to get into a bad situation, crashed a client's car when he decided to go to it for auto parts. Having failed to control the new powerful SUV, Jordan rammed the flower stall, thus significantly increasing the amount of loss. Fortunately, there was no one in the booth as the vendor was just receiving her merchandise. Reviewing the vendor's offered assortment in the interior of the flower van, the conversation at the owner's car service was short. Jordan had been assigned a huge debt that he had to pay off within a year. How would he do it? No one cared, of course, because the businessman had in his possession a DVR tape taken the very moment Jordan got behind the wheel of someone else's car. The young locksmith was crying, on his knees and literally ready to fulfill any whim of the owner, so that he only forgave him the debt. But Leslie was adamant. It is difficult to say what would have ended this whole story with the payment of debt, if one day a businesswoman named Monica did not have a punctured wheel of the car parked on the side of the road. And of course she could not replace it herself and looked around confusedly, waiting for help from passers-by or passing cars. Jordan was passing by and realized that this was his chance to prove himself. Kneeling down, he set the jack and removed the wheel in no time. It took the guy no more than 10 minutes to do the whole thing, which was a clear indication of his undoubtedly good skills. Only a real wizard, Monica said with a smile and reached for her wallet to pay for her savior's services. Jordan shook his head negatively, feeling that if he took the money, the thread of sympathy between them would break in an instant. No need for money. Let's have dinner at the cafe. Over there, you see, around the corner. That'll be my payment. How would you like that? Monica thought about it. Nothing serious was going on in her life at that moment. There were suitors, of course, but none of them was even close to being a legitimate fiancé, much less a future husband. She glanced at the grimy Jordan, waved her hand, and agreed. In principle, Monica had always considered herself a determined woman and was never afraid to bring something new into her life. Going to the cafe with Jordan, she did not even suspect that she was going to meet her future husband. Their stormy romance spun so suddenly that was a complete surprise to all acquaintances. Monica herself could not understand what attracted her to this unpleasant-looking young man of medium height. Skinny, wiry, his face was also hard to call handsome. However, it was not repulsive either. He would pass by on the street, and you wouldn't even notice him. But Monica somehow noticed, and not only noticed, but also agreed to accept the marriage proposal. But her mother warned her, asking her not to rush the events, to wait for the necessary period. As a school teacher, she was a good judge of people, and saw that there was no love in Jordan's eyes at all. Perhaps there was personal sympathy or delight, caused by the possibility of gaining access to the financial assets of the future wife. Sneaky Jordan was holding out until the last possible moment. Didn't mention the huge debt he was carrying. He told about it a week before the wedding, thus putting the bride before the fact. Of course, Monica was upset, but not so much to be left without a man without whom she could not imagine her future life. Having paid off her fiancé's debt in full, Monica felt truly happy. There were no more secrets between her and Jordan. She hadn't realized how wrong she'd been. Kayla's voice brought her out of her agonizing musings. "Mom, why don't we eat something? My stomach is churning like a small volcano." Monica looked at her daughter with a smile and said, "Yes, of course, now I'll get a couple of sandwiches and a thermos with tea from my suitcase, and tomorrow I'll go to the store and buy food for something more serious." Kayla looked anxiously at her mother. "What about you? There's only 2 sandwiches. I'll eat them. What are you going to do? Go hungry?" Monica smiled. "Come on, Kayla, nothing's going to happen to me. I'm used to it, and I could use a couple extra pounds. Eat up. You need to grow up, get better." She said that and started to set the table, which she wiped with a cloth before the meal. Despite her mother's request, Kayla still shared her sandwich with her. She didn't rest until she'd eaten it. Tears glistened in Monica's eyes. "But I raised a good daughter, 8 years old, and she already understands everything and behaves like an adult," she thought. In addition to the joy of her daughter's success, she was at a loss as to who had attacked the dog, which had an inconspicuous yellow collar with a tiny medal around its neck. But it was clear that the dog belonged to someone and had probably run away from home. This happens when, having noticed an attractive female, the dog forgets everything in the world and runs after her for several kilometers. Most often, such large dogs return home on their own trail. But sometimes there are exceptions, and then dogs are lost forever. "What are we going to name the dog?" Kayla asked cautiously. Monica frowned. "I don't know. He has a tag on his collar. I'll wipe it off with some wet wipes and we'll find out what his name is. Also, I think I can find his owner's phone number on there." Kayla nodded understandingly and waited for her mother to fulfill her promise. As it turned out, the dog's name was Peaches, and at the bottom was indeed his owner's phone number. "Mom, why don't we not call for a while and let Peaches stay with us? And I won't be so scared. I know that when the dog is in the house, the wolves won't come to us," Kayla pleaded. Monica shook her head. "What can I say? Fine, you want him to stay. I don't know where he's going to go in his condition, and when he heals, we'll decide whether or not to call the owner." The time flew by. After a hearty dinner, Kayla started to get a little groggy. "Okay, sweetie, let's go to bed. It's getting late. I'm going to stay up a little longer. I'm not getting any sleep. I'll think about what we should do next," Monica said. "Good, but please don't give Peaches away. Okay? I want to wake up tomorrow morning and see him sleeping in the same room with me," Kayla asked. Monica smiled and promised to fulfill her request. She went into the other room and sat on a chair next to the window. She watched as the stars lit up one by one and the yellow moon took its usual position in the sky. Unbeknownst to herself, Monica was plunged back into memories that were more painful than the previous ones. She'd realized Jordan was cheating on her about a year ago. At first, it had seemed like a coincidence. Jordan came home late from work. He was late once, twice. That's nothing to be alarmed about, especially since her husband had never let it happen before. But the further it went, the clearer it became that her husband was cheating on her. Once, having seen a lipstick stain on the collar of his shirt, Monica made a terrible scandal, which, however, to no avail. "Honey, it was an accident. We were hugging during a business meeting, and maybe the makeup lady carelessly touched the collar of my shirt with her lips. Well, that's the way they do it, hugging, kissing. I can't stand all that bodily tenderness," Jordan said. Monica believed it, trying to convince herself that nothing terrible had happened. Then she began to notice the smell of women's perfume coming from her husband's shirts, and one day she saw a purple hickey on his neck. The situation was aggravated by the fact that at that time Monica least of all needed a divorce, because her mother was already seriously ill, and she had to deal with several cases at the same time. Jordan, on the other hand, had taken a job as a managerial trainee at a trading firm at his wife's suggestion. At first, Monica was happy about her husband's success, but when it became clear that he is engaged in the office is not only work, and something else, she became uncomfortable. And Jordan himself has changed, becoming more powerful and uncompromising. Naturally, Monica's position at that time was still strong, and therefore no one could not even think that a little less than a year later, and she will lose the restaurant, giving it to her husband by court order. And it all started with the fact that Monica's establishment began to suffer serious losses. Trying to find the cause, she held conversations with employees, wanted to talk to them, guide them to the right path. Frankly speaking, Monica used to trust people and never saw them as enemies. And as it happened, it was her gullibility that caused all the subsequent problems. First of all, the quality of the food served deteriorated. Noticing this, Monica decided to change the cook, by what unintentionally caused irreparable damage to the restaurant. As it turned out, the cook was not at fault at all. Since the purchase of products was carried out directly by the administrator, in fact, the cook should have just cooked something acceptable from what was available. And the quality of the food was not his responsibility at all. Unfortunately, Monica found out about it too late, when the administrator Max has already turned to the full. In addition, the tax service conducted a large-scale audit, which revealed serious violations in the conduct of business. Actually, Monica knew nothing about it, although she suspected that it was all the work of Max, but in the end, the administrator was not to attract for what. So it was Monica who had to answer. Having learned the amount to be paid as compensation for the damage to the city budget, she grabbed her head. How could it be? Where was the tax money going? Max only smirked meaningfully, because he knew that he had cut all the strings leading to him long ago. Suspecting his involvement in the case, Monica fired the administrator. But it was no use. Trying to find that huge sum, she turned to her companions and spent hours in the waiting rooms of bankers. But no one wanted to give her money, afraid of impending bankruptcy. At the same time, Monica was ready to swear everything she had if she repaid the debt, the restaurant will work as before. Trying to find the money, she sold her car, wanted to mortgage her apartment, when help came from a place where it was not expected. To Monica's amazement, it was Jordan who provided the solution. "Honey, I realize you think I'm a cheater and a liar, but I sincerely want to help you." Monica raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Really? And how can you help me? Can you find the money?" Jordan nodded with dignity. "Yes, I can. I already have. I talked to the director of my firm and he can give you a large sum. But of course on the security of the apartment and all the property, including the restaurant." Monica shook her head uncertainly. "No, Jordan, it doesn't work like that. This is something too much like a fairy tale. And your director, is he a magician?" Jordan smiled. "I may." "No, he's not, is he? Paul is a man with a solid reputation. I think you know who I'm talking about, don't you?" Monica nodded uncertainly, still unsure how to proceed. Paul was certainly an extraordinary person. He was feared by many, as he had several prison sentences under his belt. However, not all of them he served behind bars, because often everything ended up in the courtroom with a suspended sentence. And then, after another time in jail, Paul allegedly took the mind and decided to go into business. Specifically, usury. In the spirit of "I'll lend you a penny, and you'll pay me back tomorrow." 3. And now this very man with a criminal record is ready to lend a helping hand. Although if it were not for her mother's illness and all the subsequent events, Monica would never in her life would not have gone for this deal. Deciding to take a risk, she drew up all the necessary documents at the notary, who became a guarantor of the transfer of money. And in half an hour, as if by magic, she became the owner of a very tidy sum. Now all she had to do was to pay off the tax arrears and continue to work in peace. But what actually happened next divided her life into before and after. After all, Monica had not had time to move away from the notary's office and 200 meters as two young men in caps ran up to her in the parking lot and snatched from her a bag of money. Perhaps Monica should have used a security guard or someone else. But as we all know, we're all smart in hindsight. She was no exception. After all, Monica was not herself at that moment and was in a hurry to transfer the money and pay off the debt as soon as possible. The problem arose also in the fact that Paul flatly refused to transfer the amount by wire transfer because he recognized only the cash form of cooperation. This ruined Monica, who became a victim of unknown personalities who took everything from her. That's when the young businesswoman began to have real problems. Since the pledge for the amount issued by Paul was specified exactly real estate and restaurant, and therefore in the case of non-payment of the debt, Monica lost it all in an instant. "Oh my God, what is this?" "Everywhere you look, all enemies," barely holding back tears, she whispered, step by step analyzing the situation. Monica became increasingly convinced that she became a victim of her unfaithful husband, who sang with an unscrupulous creditor, who decided to embezzle someone else's real estate and business. Naturally, she tried to contact the police. But from the point of view of the law, in the transaction all the necessary conditions were observed. However, she was not satisfied. She filed a petition with the court. Except that the lawyers hired by Jordan, Paul on the head, broke Monica's accusation in court, leaving her with literally nothing. The death of her mother, bankruptcy and betrayal of her husband demoralized the unfortunate woman, completely deprived of the ability to think straight. Probably if it wasn't for Kayla, Monica would have finally fallen into the abyss of depression, where looking down at the blue water from the bridge seemed to be the only way out. Trying to find some solution, Monica opened her notebook in despair and began to look through the list of her debtors. She had long forgotten about many of them. Some of them she had forgiven, but now it was time to collect the stones. The most valuable and promising of the debtors was Bill, a young man who had borrowed money from her to open a vegetable stand at the local market. Before, enjoying the fruits of her restaurant business, Monica did not hurry the businessman with the payment of the debt, and every time gave him a delay, which with each month only increased in the interval. But now there was nothing to choose. Having buried her mother, she was left without housing with a young daughter in her arms, who in addition suffered from the consequences of the nervous shock. Well, was not Ben, anyway there is no other choice, thought Monica. She picked up the phone and dialed Bill's number. The debtor picked up the phone, hoping that the creditor would calm down and give him a reprieve again. But when this did not happen, and Monica sent him a video message with a request to return the debt, Bill realized there would be no return. Naturally, he didn't have any money on hand. His business was a mess. The profits were barely enough to make ends meet. After setting up a meeting at a discreet cafe, Bill got to the point. "Listen, Monica, here's the deal. I'm going to say this right off the bat. Well, I don't have any money, but I do have a little house in the suburbs. I inherited it. The appraiser did an independent appraisal. Well, the amount of money from the sale of the house will cover the amount of my debt, but frankly, you'll have a housewarming party left over. So, look, you can move in on your own. Sell it if you want. I won't object. In fact, it's my inheritance. But I don't want to live there." Monica raised an eyebrow in surprise. "You don't want to live there? Why don't you sell it yourself? What's stopping you? I, by the way, gave you real money, and instead you give me some wreck in the suburbs." Bill bit his lip resentfully. Why a rundown place? The land is expensive, you know. There's a forest and a river nearby. Any businessman would give his last to buy that house. And Monica's eyes were filled with despair. She'd given this man money. And now he says there's no money. But Bill can offer her some shabby little house he inherited. Anyway, she didn't have any other choice. Suing Bill for that money, especially after she'd failed so miserably, losing the lawsuits to Jordan and his patron Paul, was a laughing matter. Also, if Monica had been more attentive, she would have recognized right away that her husband's mistress had become Paul's adopted daughter. Hannah, who in fact, and convinced the suitors to pull such a scam and deprive the business of his wife. Naturally, in such an unenviable position, Monica could not compete with Eitan and his team. After all, if she repeated something like this, she could easily receive criminal penalties for defamation or worse. Eitan's lawyers were so skillful that they could make a real scandal out of the smallest thing. All right, God be with you. Give me the keys and the deed to the house. And you can consider your debt canceled, Dorothy said with a sad sigh. Only now, looking at the golden column, Monica realized that she had made a mistake in agreeing to this deal. Just like that, without looking. The fact was that the house was obviously worth less than what Bill owed on market day. It could hardly be sold for half of the agreed amount. But there was no other choice. I had to save my daughter. The decisive factor in moving to the suburbs were the words of Kayla's doctor. You, Monica, could use a change of location. Fresh air, river, pets. You know, horses, cows. It's the kind of thing that gets a child distracted and out of his own way. I would recommend to visit the racetrack more often and ride horses. And believe me, these animals can cure many ailments. It is not for nothing that in the past the horse was considered to be a friend of man, not a dog. I hope you understand me. Monica nodded. Marik? Of course I understand. We've just been offered a small house in the suburbs. Austin smiled. Well, that's great. Don't worry about Kayla's limp. It'll go away. Not right away, but it's still something to strive for. The doctor's words were etched in Monica's memory. Looking at the stars, she sat by the window and cried. What are we going to do now? But we moved to this house, and everything is fine. The forest, the river. What's next? Jordan's good too. He's so slick, he's left me with no alimony. It's understandable. Paul's not the only one involved. Yeah, he's got him under his wing pretty good, I'll say. He must have seen Jordan in the office and started working him over. Slipped him his daughter. And Jordan had always had a weakness for women, Monica thought. She stayed up until almost midnight, and then she went to bed. Before she did, she kissed Kayla, who was asleep, on the cheek and stroked the head of the cat, who had been watching her with an attentive gaze the whole time. The next morning, Monica was up at the crack of dawn. This was always the case when she slept in an unfamiliar place. Yes, and this shabby little house could hardly be called very comfortable. I wonder who left it to Bill as an inheritance. Grandmother or grandfather? Monica thought ironically, going to visit the local store. As it turned out, it was located about a kilometer from where they lived. Having decided to buy something tasty for breakfast, she took the plaid bag found in the hallway and set off. The journey was interesting and full of pleasant impressions. First, Monica met a shepherd who was driving a small herd of cows. Then a local letter carrier on a bicycle waved hello. He was followed by a couple of fishermen hurrying to the river with homemade rods and buckets for the catch. Her mood was visibly improving. When she was in public, she felt much better than when she was alone. As she approached the store, Monica saw two grandmothers who were talking about something of their own, interrupting each other. She said hello politely, realizing in her heart that there would probably be no response. The fact was that she knew of the dislike of the villagers for the newcomers from the city. But in this case she was wrong, because the grandmothers immediately reciprocated. Good afternoon, sweetheart. You must have moved into the late Sam's house. Remembering Bill's last name, Monica smiled. Yes, that's right. I bought that house. One of the grandmothers nodded in agreement, then continued. Then it's the right thing to do, dearie. Because Bill's such a troublemaker, the house would have fallen apart soon enough. So maybe you'll make some repairs. That and that. What about you? You got a husband, maybe? If I do, That's good. Because a house needs a man's hands. You can't do everything with women's hands. Monica bit her lip painfully, remembering that her husband was now lounging in Hannah's arms and laughing at how cleverly they had deceived her. I don't have a husband, divorced, just a daughter, Kayla, 8 years old. She has a slight limp, but it's temporary, Monica said discreetly, thinking the conversation was over. But as it turned out, they saw in the chatty grandmothers a great conversationalist. It will be hard for you, dear, but don't despair. In case of anything, we will always help. Come, we live on the outskirts of the village. We're sisters, twins actually, that's why we look so much alike, but we're not twins. So there's no mistaking it. I'm Sharon, and this is Samantha. And I'm Monica, she said with a smile. Well, we've met. We are generally wary of newcomers to the village, but we will make an exception for a woman with a child. So settle in. There's a store here, and a post office, and even a medical center, if necessary. But we're in the middle of nowhere. You know, anything can happen. Monica was immediately alarmed. What could happen in such a quiet place? She asked. Sharon raised an eyebrow in surprise. Well, anything can happen. The other day, for instance, a businessman was robbed on the highway. You know, there's a road nearby. They found his car on the side of the road. Yellow, I got a bad feeling about it. There's blood on the seat. They say he was on his way to some kind of negotiation. He disappeared with the money. Cops searched the neighborhood all day, but they didn't find anything. The locals said the businessman had a dog with him, looked like a sheepdog, or something like that. And supposedly he always took it, never feared an attack, that's why. And the dog was like trained, that's the story. What happened to the dog? Monica couldn't help herself. Valentina smiled. Why? He ran away, probably. The strangler was frightened. Samantha's story seemed to Monica very strange and in some places even intriguing. The thing was that she had just yesterday sheltered an injured dog. And what if it is the same one, which was at the time of the attack with the businessman? And they never found the rich guy. Maybe they weren't looking hard enough? Monica asked cautiously, shifting from foot to foot. Sharon looked at her new acquaintance ironically. Come on, the cops have turned this place upside down. They've searched every nook and cranny, especially in the village. Monica nodded in agreement, and then politely said goodbye and went to the store for shopping. The store was very different from the city supermarket with its extensive system of discounts and write-offs of expired goods. However, Monica was not confused and quickly oriented herself. She bought eggs, cottage cheese, flour, sugar, and some other small things, deciding to bake her daughter cheesecakes or pancakes with cottage cheese. Or maybe both at once. Monica was a good cook, and those who had known her all these years didn't doubt it one bit. It was explained by the fact that at the beginning of her restaurant career, Monica worked as an assistant chef and learned many secrets and skills from him. If she wanted to, she could become a chef herself. But not in a high-end restaurant, but somewhere simpler, like a canteen or a small cafe. All the way back, she thought only about what she had learned from the older women. It was strange, but the injured dog and the missing businessman could be connected. Realizing this, Monica quickened her step, worried about leaving her daughter alone in the house. But as soon as she opened the door, she saw an extremely curious sight. Kayla was already up and sitting on the bed, stroking the withers of a noticeably stronger dog. Of course, Monica had heard before that everything healed quickly on a dog, but to heal at such a speed. However, taking a closer look, she noticed that the dog she had rescued was still weak, wobbling from side to side on his trembling legs. Apparently, the effects of the trauma were making themselves felt. For some reason, though, the dog flatly refused to lie down on the bed, always looking at the door, whining softly. Maybe he's feeling something, Monica thought and stroked his head. Mom, are you a real magician? Look how Peaches feels better. Maybe you can stroke my leg and make me feel better, too, Kayla said. Monica smiled and immediately fulfilled her daughter's wish. She spared nothing for Kayla, neither time nor effort. Peaches, on the other hand, was behaving strangely. He started scratching the floor with his paws as if he wanted to go outside. But no, buddy, you're not going anywhere in that condition. You might as well collapse from weakness under a bush somewhere. And where will I look for you?" Monica said with a negative shake of her head. But Peach had no intention of staying where he was, and soon resumed his efforts. Monica had seen a lot of things in her life, but she had never encountered such persistence on the part of a wounded animal before. "Shouldn't we really open the door? Maybe he knows something, wants to help?" "No, we should call the number on his collar first. Maybe that will do something," Monica said and reached for the phone, then dialed the number engraved on the locket and put her ear to the speaker hopefully. That's where another disappointment awaited her. No one answered the call. Only the indifferent voice of the cellular network operator informed her that the subscriber was out of range. "There you go, I still don't know anything. I thought I could play Sherlock Holmes," Monica thought sadly. Kayla, on the other hand, was glad that Master Percy hadn't answered. In her heart, she had already made up her mind. She wanted to keep the dog. She knew nothing about Percy's past or what had happened to his owner and decided not to let the dog outside. Monica began to prepare breakfast. She whisked flour, added eggs and sugar to taste. Then she poured some cottage cheese for Percy, who was in need of a particularly good meal, but the dog wouldn't eat and whimpered longingly, looking at the door as if a different life awaited him behind it. "No, my friend, no. Don't even count on it. We'll do it some other time, and the police will be looking for your master. So don't worry," Monica said, and continued cooking. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Monica was startled and looked at her daughter. "Mom, I'll get it," said the girl and quickly went to the door. Monica visibly tensed and squeezed the dough. She wondered who had decided to show up, especially after what had happened in the country village just a couple of days ago. What was the surprise of the mother and daughter when they saw a fit young man in a police uniform on the doorstep? "Hi, I'm Lieutenant Spencer, your precinct commander. Tell me, have you seen anything suspicious lately?" he asked. Monica raised an eyebrow in surprise. "No, what could we have seen? We've been here for 2 days. I'm Monica, this is my daughter Kayla. I heard from the locals today that a businessman got mugged on the road. I think he even went to some business meeting or something." The policeman nodded and looked at Percy, who was sitting in the corner. "What's the matter with your dog? Is he sick?" Spencer asked. "I don't know, to tell you the truth," Monica said. "Bought this house and moved right in. Opened the door and there he was in the room, wounded. Apparently came in through the back door. He was bleeding, but I treated the wound and now we're nursing him back to health. I tried calling the number listed. The subscriber is out of range." This fact was of great interest to the policeman, especially in view of the fact that, according to eyewitnesses, the businessman went on a trip with his dog. Of course, I am not going to judge, but it seems to me that this is the same dog that became a victim of robbery. He probably tried to protect his master, and when he couldn't, he went to die wounded in an abandoned house, Monica suggested. The lieutenant hesitated. After a moment of silence, Spencer came up with another theory. What if the dog knows where his master is? Maybe we should let him out and follow him. Monica looked anxiously at the policeman. "I don't know, maybe so, but I'm genuinely worried about Peach. He's a poor thing. He's lost so much blood he could have died any minute." But Spencer wasn't about to give up. "I'm so sorry, for God's sake. I know you like him, but there's a downside to that. Imagine that right now his master could be in need of help. And instead of saving him, we feel sorry for the dog and we could end up killing him," he said. Monica thought for a moment. A faint wrinkle appeared on her forehead. It wasn't an easy decision, as Kyla and Spencer realized at once. "Okay, but I'll go with you. What if the Peach gets sick? I'm going to carry him home and call the neighborhood vet. I think that dog deserves to be treated properly," Monica said. The lieutenant looked at the new homeowner with respect, but he didn't object and nodded in agreement. "And I'll water the plants so they don't dry out. And then let's get on our way. If you want, I can feed you," Monica added peacefully. The policeman smiled and accepted the offer to stay for breakfast. Spencer was a nice young man who, like Monica, had once lived in the city, but had moved to the middle of nowhere after problems with his bosses, having been exiled to the periphery. After a hearty breakfast, Monica, Spencer, and Peach set out to find his host. The policeman, mindful of the dog, tried not to rush him and treated him with emphasized attention and care. From time to time he stopped to let Peach rest and breathe. Monica kept examining the wound on his back to make sure it wouldn't open up and bleed again, but everything was fine. Peach endured his mission and stubbornly walked on. It took a long time to walk. It took Monica and Spencer a little over an hour to do everything. Peaches walked with only a few stops until he led them into the middle of nowhere. For a moment, the precinct officer was nervous about trusting a wounded dog that could lead him nowhere. Monica, on the other hand, believed that Peach could sense something with his special canine sense of smell. There's a reason his tail is tucked and his ears are constantly alert. He was facing one way at all, but when the abandoned hunting hut appeared ahead, Spencer involuntarily reached for the gun holster hanging from his belt. Monica turned pale and gently placed a hand on the dog's scruff. "Hush, hush, honey. Just don't you dare bark. Stay here, please. I'll go check it out," Spencer whispered, ducking down and heading toward the hut. The door was unlocked. It was empty inside. But the floor, for some reason, had been scrubbed to a mirror-like shine, and it immediately seemed strange to the policeman. Looking more closely, Spencer noticed, to his amazement, an ingenious trapdoor leading to the basement. When he opened it, he gasped, then instinctively recoiled. The missing businessman was downstairs, his hands bound and gagged. At the moment when the policeman opened the cellar, no force in the world could hold Peach. He rushed to his master and began to lick him, though he could hardly stand on his feet from the sudden movements. The wound on the back of his head reopened and began to bleed. Fortunately, Monica was not slumbering. She immediately began to bandage it with her handkerchief. "But you see, I told you Peaches is very clever. He understands everything," she said. With tears in her eyes, she whispered. The dog's master was so weak that he could not utter a word. He didn't need to, though, because Spencer radioed for backup and an air ambulance from the district center. As it turned out later, the missing businessman Floyd had been injured, as well as his faithful pet, having been the victim of a robbery attack. He lost his money, but still managed to survive. The bandits, not having received an order regarding the further fate, did not dare to take responsibility for the murder. Therefore, the villains decided to hide the businessman in an abandoned hut, rather than act radically. Since Floyd had not had his wound treated during those 2 days, he was soon to undergo several operations. While owner Peaches prepared to undergo comprehensive treatment, I was in Monica's care. At some point, she became so attached to the pet that she began to consider him her own. Kayla was in complete agreement with her mom, and that's why she never called Peaches anything but her doggie. Precinct Spencer also did not waste time and as part of a task force conducted a large-scale investigation, which led him to the customers of the crime and the attack on the businessman Floyd. That's where Monica was in for another surprise. Perhaps this happens only once in a lifetime, when fate itself helps a person to restore justice. As it turned out later, to attack and rob businessman Floyd decided to attack and rob the same people who once took money from Monica in the parking lot. But even this was not the most curious, because a little later it became known that the raiders had the most direct relation to a man named Paul. Yes, the very Paul who once lent Monica money. And in fact, through fraud, took away from her restaurant business and all the real estate. When Monica heard about it, she immediately remarked my husband must have been involved. God knows what he's up to. Well, I'll try to find out what's going on. I can't promise anything yet. But if Jordan is involved, he'll be held accountable to the full extent of the law, Spencer said. Naturally, Monica didn't expect any serious results, so she just tried to get on with her life in the new place and took care of Kyle, paying more and more attention to her daughter. Monica made sure that she was slowly but surely on the mend. At one point, she even thanked fate for giving her the opportunity to take care of herself and her daughter. After all, before the business took so much time and effort that no other internal resources were simply not left for anything else. But now she and Kayla could go to the river and even try fishing for the first time in their lives. Peaches was always hanging around, treating them as family. Sometimes Kayla and Monica weren't alone on their walks, for they were often joined by Spencer, the neighborhood watchman. Of course, it wasn't about any serious feelings, but from the policeman's amorous look, they could guess a lot of things. The twin sisters Sharon and Samantha noticed it at once and nicknamed them bride and groom. The policeman himself denied it at first. although judging by the enigmatic smile, Spencer was a little bit of a liar. Thanks to the investigation, businessman Paul, along with her ex-husband, became involved in a criminal case of fraud and attempt on human life, creating a criminal group. They robbed not only Monica, but also businessman Floyd. However, this did not benefit them, because soon all the defendants in the case had to answer for their crimes. Despite the fact that the money seized from the detainees were returned to the victims, Monica did not become a restaurant business. And so, after a short deliberation, she sold the restaurant to the very Floyd, who had undergone several operations and was now actively returning to his former life. In gratitude for his rescue, he, together with the money he gave Monica Peaches, who has already made his choice in favor of the girl and her mother. For Kayla, however, communication with neighbors clearly benefited. Therefore, within 3 months, she finally got rid of her stutter. Monica herself thanked fate for the fact that everything went this way, and not otherwise. She was able to find the true love of her life, a loving husband and a policeman by vocation. Rumor has it that after their marriage, Floyd became a frequent guest in their home. Considering Kayla his goddaughter, he was sure to give the girl gifts and walk with Peaches, who has not forgotten his former master and always met him at the door. Decided to check the new maid, left his wallet on the table and switched on the camera. MP4. Jonathan never thought that in his 40s he would be the head of the company his father created. He thought he would have to wait 10 years, because his father was strong, healthy, and never got sick. And no one expected that he would ever go to the hospital. But it happened right at the meeting. Robert became ill and was taken to hospital. The doctors said it was a stroke. Jonathan immediately called his mother and told her the news. "But how can it be, son? There's no way your father's heart could be bad." "Mum, this is no time to bicker. That's what the doctors told me. So come here." "Sure, I understand. I'll be right there." Jonathan didn't have a good relationship with his mother, nor with his father. He could never understand why they had even produced him if they had absolutely no interest in his life. They never cared. His father was in business and his mother was in business for herself, and they didn't care about their son. When Jonathan grew up, he realized that his father had always done his best for the family. When he came to work in his father's company after college, he realized how hard it was, and that his father had always tried for the family and their well-being. And this is how it all ended. Mum arrived an hour later. This really pissed Jonathan off because he understood why she was late. Apparently she couldn't decide what to wear to the hospital. She was always like that. "Here, son, I'm finally here," she declared, standing up in front of him, apparently expecting him to appreciate her appearance. "You could have done it sooner. After all, Dad's in a serious condition right now and you've been traveling to the hospital for over an hour." "Well, what can I do to help him now? He doesn't have time for us anyway. And anyway, son, why are you so serious? It was bound to happen sooner or later. After all, your father worked day and night, and he didn't care about his family. And if he didn't work so hard, Mum, you'd hardly have such a wonderful life. You have everything. You don't need anything, as you realize. Money doesn't just fall from the sky. So I understand my father." "That's fine, you understand now. You're likely to take over his business. That's great, of course. I can't imagine how he and I are going to get on, though." "I don't know what you mean." "Or else he'll stay at home all day." "I'm sure he'll pull through. You've got him very strong." "That's only good if he's normal. What if he's paralyzed?" "Mum, it feels like you're afraid of what you'll have to do to look after him. But don't worry, I'll get him the best doctors and carers, because knowing you, you won't even go near him. And that's not right. Do you love him even a little?" "It's none of your business." "How is it none of my business?" "I'll answer that question for you. No, I don't anymore. And believe me, your father doesn't feel anything for me anymore either. We're just used to each other, that's all. Although I don't think things are going well with your Jennifer either." "How long have you two been together?" Jonathan hesitated. "With Jennifer? Yes, they've been together for 20 years. They got married when they were still in college. Then, after 4 years of their life together, they had a son. He loved Jennifer, but the feelings faded a bit. Although it was not his fault, but she herself for some reason began to distance herself from him, although he did everything to make her feel good with him. He thought he was doing a good job. Jennifer then told him that she would not work, that she would take care of her son. And he agreed with her. He was pleased that she was waiting for him at home, that he had support, and that he could work in peace, knowing that his wife was waiting for him at home. At first everything was fine. The son was growing up, becoming somehow closer to his father. But Jennifer, on the contrary, began to distance herself from both of them. What was going on he could not understand, although he repeatedly asked her about it. But she either kept silent or said that everything was fine. He decided to find out what was wrong. But then his father got into trouble, and he decided to put it on the back burner. Remembering Jennifer, he took out his mobile phone and dialed his wife's number. It was ringing, but there was no answer. He noticed that she had started to ignore his calls a lot, and he didn't like it. "Where's your Jennifer? Hasn't she arrived yet? All you guys do is talk about me. Your wife is taking her time too, I see." "I called you first, Mom, not Jennifer. It's not her problem. It's you and me." "What do you mean it's not her problem? She's part of our family too. Or am I missing something?" "So living in luxury is just fine with her. And when her father-in-law got into trouble, so her house is on the edge." "Mom, what's Jennifer got to do with it? And what does it have to do with living in luxury? Besides, you know very well that I've been on my own for a long time, and that my father has never helped me with money. Everything I have, I've earned on my own. So don't blame her for money. She's my wife and I do everything for my family. You'd better watch yourself. She's just arrived and she's already trying to make a scene. Because I'm sick of you seeing me all the time and no one else. I'm tired of it. Do you understand? You and your father are both unhappy with me all the time. What I can't understand is, what have I done to you? You haven't done anything, except ignore us. As soon as you gave birth to me, you put me in the care of a nanny. Because you couldn't look after me yourself, you see. You had things to do. But what business, Mum? You've never worked a day in your life. What could you have more important than a child? I thought that when I went to school and started doing well, my mum would finally notice me, realize what kind of son she had and be proud of him. But no, my mum, as always, is busy with herself, and she doesn't need anyone else. How dare you reproach me for that? I gave birth to you, so be happy. I did everything for you. You just don't remember it. Well, Mum, let's remind me. What did you do that I'm shameless? I've forgotten everything. Remind me. Cassandra looked at her son carefully, not understanding what was happening to him. Most of the time they just said hello. Well, sometimes they could say a few words. But today was just a benefit. Her son was demanding some kind of explanation from her, and she didn't like it. I see what's going on with you. You had a thing with Jennifer, and now you're taking it out on me. Am I wrong? What does Jennifer have to do with this? Mum, you're always changing the conversation. I'm not diverting anything. I just see that you're taking your anger out on me, and I don't like it. Do you understand? I don't want my son talking to me like that. Do you understand? Jonathan stood up and walked down the corridor of the hospital complex. The hospital was not a budget hospital. The building had been built during the Soviet era. It was obvious to the naked eye. As soon as my father feels a little better, and as soon as he can be transported, he will immediately move him to another clinic, to a place where he will be comfortable. And anyway, as if reading his thoughts, his mother said, "Why the hell did you bring him here? Can't you see there's nothing they can do here? It's a hospital for the poor." For whom? Are you serious now, Mum? I don't think you came from a rich family either. And I bet you went to the exact same clinic when you were a kid. Jonathan, for the last time, don't talk to me like that, or I'll... What are you going to do? Mum, are you going to punish me? You won't do anything. You just don't like talking to me because I don't agree with you all the time. And because I have my own opinion on everything. You see, I've grown up and I see things differently now. In fact, you're to blame for a lot of things, but that's up to you. I'm just asking you, please don't act like this. You can talk to your mates like that, but don't talk to me. We're here together because my dad's not well. That's it. Cassandra pouted, but kept silent. She was uncomfortable with the whole thing, especially the way her son looked at her as if she were a stranger. Yes, it had been a long time since they had seen each other, Jonathan rarely came to visit them out of town. Her daughter-in-law and grandson hadn't spoilt them with their visits. She'd forgotten what her grandson Richard looked like. He must be grown up now, though she wasn't interested. Her son was right, of course, but what could she do if she couldn't stand children from childhood? She'd never had any friends, because she'd always thought everyone her age was stupid, and she was the only smartest girl on earth. Jonathan was beginning to lose patience, and when finally the doctor came out of the intensive care unit and approached him. Well, the crisis is over, but he should not be disturbed now. He is still very weak. We've given him medication and he's sleeping. Was it a stroke? No, it must have been a microinfarction. Your father is mentally and physically exhausted. So I'll tell you what, he doesn't need to work anymore. As far as I can see, he's always at your work, letting all his problems pass through him. And this is the result. It's a good thing it ended this time. Next time it could be fatal. Do you understand? I understand. When can I pick him up? Tomorrow morning you can come and take him home. But he'll need care for now. And then of course he needs to go to the seaside. Not just for a few weeks, but preferably longer. I see that you are well-to-do people, so I don't think you'll have any problems with that. Jonathan nodded, agreeing with the doctor. He had been telling his father for a long time that he needed more rest. But, as always, his father didn't listen to anyone. And this was the result. When they left the hospital, he turned to his mother and said, "All right, I'll pick up my father from the hospital tomorrow. He needs to stay at home for the first time. And then I'll send you to the sea. My father has a cottage. It's got a life of its own. There are tenants there now. Tell them to look for another place. And you'll move there. You'll live there for a while." "How long do we have to live there?" "Mom, what do you care? Do something for your husband already. After all, you see the state he's in. Besides, you could use a change of scenery too. You don't look well, to be honest." Cassandra wrinkled her nose. She didn't like being told that. She preferred to hear only compliments. "You could be more polite. Besides, you know I don't like being told what to do." "Mom, I said you and Dad are leaving, so that's what's going to happen. Do you understand?" She stopped talking and looked at her son. She had never seen him like this before. What was going on with him lately, she didn't understand. In the past, although they didn't talk much, he had treated her with respect, unlike now. "Whatever you say, son. Just don't talk to me like that again, please. It's like you're a stranger." "Mum, stop it. You see how things are, but you're still trying to contradict me. You knew your father should have taken a holiday a long time ago, but you didn't do anything about it. You're his wife. Did you see how tired he was? I didn't see anything because he'd leave when I was asleep. He'd come back when I was asleep. Do you understand?" "No, Mum, I don't understand, because he loves you. I always thought everything was perfect between you two. What happened? Why did you become so inconsiderate of him?" "Because he..." Cassandra didn't want to continue the conversation. Why would she tell her son that his father had had a mistress a long time ago? And she occasionally indulged in innocent pranks. That's probably what drove them apart. And of course she didn't want to go to the sea with her husband, because she realized that they were strangers to each other. "Mum, are you not telling me something? I can see that you and Dad don't even live together." "You know, son, I don't want to make a big deal out of it. This is between me and him, and it's none of your business. But I can handle it. I'm a strong woman, and if you say we should treat him, then we'll treat him. By the sea, then by the sea. Although I'd rather go abroad." "Mum, not now. You realize flying might make him worse. I'd rather go to the sea. When he's stronger, then you can think about going abroad. And I'll support you in that, by the way. Let the doctors there examine him. Because I don't trust our medicine very much." "Well, son, you're wrong, of course. But you know best." They got in the car and Jonathan drove Mum home. They lived in the country. His father had built a big cottage a long time ago. He wanted the whole family, including his grandson, to live with them. But his Jennifer didn't get along well with her mother-in-law, so they stayed living in the city. Although he could see that his wife liked the house very much. Who's going to look after the house? Son, as far as I'm concerned, we're not going there for one day. We're going to be there for a long time, and we can't just leave the house. Of course, I understand. Please come and live with us. It would make me feel better. Jonathan nodded, but he realized that even though it was an elite cottage town with security guards and all that, he couldn't leave the house for too long, and that meant they'd probably have to live there. Don't worry, Mom, I've got it. We'll move in with you. Don't worry. I'll tell Jennifer to pack today. Tomorrow I'll pick up Dad from the hospital, and we'll move in a few days. That's good. That's great. I'll show Jennifer around and introduce her to the staff, the cook and the housekeeper. We've just had a maid leave the other day, and while Molly's been keeping the house in order. But it's hard for her to keep track of everything. You know, it's a big place, so we'll have to find a maid. All right, Mom, I'll think of something. So why do you bother? Let Jennifer do it. She's at your house anyway. And your son's a big boy, by the way. He's got a long way to go to school. So he's going to need to be picked up. I'll talk to Uncle Will, my dad's driver, so he can keep his job. He'll drive my son to and from school. Good, that's settled. Then I'll come home and start packing. I have to start packing so I don't forget anything. Course, if I do it in a hurry, I'm bound to forget something important. I will. Jonathan listened to his mother and smiled. He remembered his childhood, when his mother had always started packing for a trip a month in advance. And when the day came when she had to go somewhere, she had probably 10 suitcases instead of 1 or 2. My father would always scold me, but my mother would reply that she had taken everything she needed. So, Mum, here we are. I'm not going home, I'm going to work. I have to do something there, and I have to tell her that my father won't be here for a while and that I'll take his place. Then I'll go home and tell my wife to start packing too. We'll move in with you one of these days. Okay, son, I'll take care of things then. Thank you, son. You've somehow calmed me down, because lately I've been feeling like a stranger and unwanted. It's going to be okay, Mum. I love you very much. And believe me, Daddy loves you very much too. Cassandra didn't say anything to that. She smiled, stroked her son's cheek, and got out of the car. Jonathan had settled things at work, and when he looked at the time he realized that it was well past midnight. He often came home like this, even though he had planned to get home early tonight. Plus, Jennifer still hadn't called him back, and that worried him a little. Everything seemed fine, though. But still, something wasn't right. He got into his car and finally drove home. He was a little dizzy from fatigue, and all he wanted to do was take a shower and go to bed. Tomorrow would be a busy day. Now, he not only had to do his father's job, which was to run the company, but he also had to do his own job. Until someone else was hired to take his place. Jennifer, what are you doing up? I'm watching a film. What are you doing up so late? If you picked up the phone when I called you, you'd know why I'm late tonight. So what's wrong? You can explain it to me instead of blaming me like you always do. Where's Richard? Where is he? In his room, of course, asleep for ages. He and the boys went to a basketball game today, cheering for someone. And then he did his homework and went to bed. We should put him in some kind of sport, because he's growing up a bit weak. I've always told you that. But you were too lazy to pick him up and take him there. And you kept saying he didn't need it. And now what? He's got to get ready for college. You know, last year of school. Jennifer flared up, jumped up from the couch, and was about to go into the other room when Jonathan grabbed her hand and pulled her against him. I'm sorry, it's just hard for me. My dad got sick at work today. They took him to the hospital. It's just been really hard on me. I always thought my dad was a tough guy, that nothing would ever happen to him. But today I was just scared for him. I realized that I could lose him at any moment. So how's he doing? He's all right, he's better, and I'll take him home tomorrow. He and his mother are going to the seaside soon. And who will live in their house? Interrupted his wife. We will, Jennifer, of course. Who else? I'm not going to live there. Jonathan and Jennifer turned round and looked at their son, who was standing in the doorway and had probably heard the conversation. I will stay here because it is too far to go to school from there. You'll have your own driver, son. Remember Uncle Will? He's going to be your grandfather's driver now. You see, son, that's the way it is now. So we're all going to have to go along with it. You think it's easy for me? Call us, I get up even earlier than you do. But there's nothing to do. So we're moving as a family into that house. All right, if I get a lift, then I'll take it. You can sleep in the car while I drive. Richard turned and went back into the room. Jennifer snapped her fingers nervously, thinking about something. Don't you think we'll have to live there for a long time? Of course I do. Because Dad will probably want to stay there. And he had this dream of growing grapes. So I think he's going to want to finally fulfill that dream. Would your mum go for it? It's so beautiful out there. Of course she would. Besides, it's as nice a house as the one you and I are going to move into. My father planned to retire and go to the sea, but he didn't expect that time to come. He planned to work too. Actually, I agree. I like it. Are we going to sell this flat? Why sell it? Let it stay. Or you can rent it out. I wouldn't mind. Keep the money. You need it more because you're always complaining to me that you have nothing to wear. So go ahead. I don't want to rent this flat. We've got all this renovation, all this furniture, and strangers are just going to ruin it. Let's just sell it. I said, no, it's my flat. My parents gave it to me, so I'm not selling it. If you don't want to sell it, you don't have to. Besides, it's not bad. I'll probably stay here a lot. Cause it's all on me now. I'll have to work day and night, and it won't always be convenient for me to come home. By the way, Mum said their maid quit, and she asked you to find someone to do it. Can you manage? What's there to handle? I'll call the agency tomorrow, and they'll send us maids, and I'll interview them and choose the right one. By the way, when are we arriving? How much time do you need to pack? I think I can do it in a couple of days. That's fine then. We'd better do it when we get there. There might be some delays. It'll be awkward. You'll have people coming around for interviews and we won't have time for them. Mom's going too, so she won't have time to talk. I get it. Are you going to have dinner? It's so late. I wouldn't advise you to eat at night. It's not good for you. You should eat in the morning. Now let's go to bed. You're right. I can barely stand on my feet, so I'll take a quick shower and go to bed. I've got a lot to do tomorrow. And I have to pick up my dad from the hospital. Aren't you picking him up early? Maybe he needs to stay there for a couple of days. Knowing my dad, I know it's not too early. If I don't take him out, he'll leave. He hates doctors. Jennifer didn't say anything. She went silently into the bedroom. Jonathan sat down in the armchair and thought. A plan for tomorrow was in his head. He could have sat like that until morning, but feeling that tomorrow then he would feel wrecked, he got up and headed for the shower. Washing quickly, he immediately laid down on the bed and fell asleep. Jennifer looked at her husband, who was already sleeping a sound sleep. She was glad that they would finally be living in the house she had dreamed of, and also without her mother-in-law laughing. She had fallen in love with that house the moment she saw it. Only Jonathan didn't want to move in. And she understood why. He had a strained relationship with his mother and his father. Not with Robert the way he had with his mother, though. It felt like they were not mother and son, but two strangers. Jennifer was also disliked by her mother-in-law. At least that's what it seemed to her. And she realized that living together in this house would not work out. So she had to forget about it. But now she would be the mistress. She would be there now. Jennifer dreamily closed her eyes and blushed at her thoughts. She was glad that her husband had said he would be staying in town a lot. What? That was good for her. She'd replace everyone there, both the cooks and the housekeeper. She'd have her people working there, who she'd hire and who'd idolize her. And of course to keep quiet, because they would have to keep quiet. She would not be able to go to town often now, so they would come to her, and she wouldn't want her husband to know about it. Naive fool. He probably thought he was doing it for his family, for Jennifer, and that she should be grateful to him. She was just tired of sitting around waiting for him all day. She was bored, so she decided to take a lover. It's corny, but Oliver was a terrific man. He wasn't working yet, though, because, as he'd told her at the time, his mum was very ill, and he needed to look after her. He couldn't hire a carer, and his mum couldn't stand strangers in the flat. So he had to work part-time, sitting at home and looking after his mother. But he was desperately short of money. Jennifer took pity on him and started giving him money. And then they had a stormy affair, and she realized that at last she was truly in love. Oliver then asked her why she wouldn't leave her husband, because he was tired of sharing her with someone else. "Or do you love him very much?" he asked then. "Don't be silly. I only married him because I knew he was the son of rich parents. He already had a cool car and money. That's all. I never loved him. As soon as I saw you in the cafe, I lost my head. When I saw you, I fell in love with you too. You were sitting there so sad, thinking about something, so I decided to approach you. I see you waited for your friend Molly for a reason. She didn't turn up, rang me and said she was going to Turkey with her boyfriend. I was so sad. My husband and I have been together for so long. We've never been away. And he can afford it. It doesn't cost him anything. But he's got a job, you see. He doesn't care about me and my son. That's what made me sad, that some people are lucky and some people aren't. It's okay. As soon as my mum gets back on her feet, we'll go somewhere with you. You're helping me a lot. She'll get better in a little while. You're helping me with the medicine. I couldn't afford to buy her such expensive ones myself. You remember, I didn't earn anything. But once you came along, life took on new colors. I tell my mother about you all the time. She's happy that I've finally met the one I've always dreamed of. Why didn't you introduce us? I want to see her so badly. It's not time yet, love. Not yet. Besides, Mum doesn't want you to see her like this yet. As soon as she's well enough, I'll bring you to the house. Jennifer remembered those words and blushed again. She remembered what they had done after that conversation. She had felt very good. She had never felt so good with her husband. And apparently that had driven her into the arms of another man. Though to give him credit, Jonathan was good in bed too, except he didn't have time all the time. More often than not, he came home from work tired and exhausted. And he wasn't in the mood for lovemaking. She couldn't wait. She wanted to date, love, and be loved. Finally, Jennifer felt sleepy too. She turned on her other side and immediately fell asleep. Jonathan arrived at work and immediately got down to business. He called a meeting to discuss the issues that had accumulated recently. Apparently, his father had not been feeling well for a long time because he had been putting them off. Apparently, his strength was no longer the same. After everyone had dispersed, he decided to go to the hospital and find out how Dad was doing. Dad was lying on the bed, apparently watching the news on the phone. He turned to his son and smiled. "Well, did I scare you yesterday?" "To be honest, I was a little scared myself." "Apparently, son, it's time for me to retire. You bring me the documents, I'll sign everything." "Because you can't sign the documents yet. So that's the first thing we need to do." "I got it. Dad's talking to the doctor, and he's already preparing the discharge. So we'll go home now, and the lawyer will be waiting for you there. He knows what happened, and he knows exactly what to do." The water's beautiful. So Bridget and I are going to the sea. She called me this morning, asking how I was feeling, and I could even hear the joy in her voice. I guess she wants to go too. Yes, it's about time. I mean, it's been so long since we've been away together. As far as I'm concerned, it's the same in your family, Dad said. It's all work. But if you want a decent life, you have to make sacrifices. Well, I've been sending Jennifer and Richard on holiday. I don't think they need to resent me. No, son, you don't understand. Family is family. They'd like to go with you. They're on their own. They don't see you all the time cause we're always at work. Don't be sorry you chose to go this way. We just don't know how to balance work and rest. We're obsessed with our business, and that's not good. You have to pay attention to your family too. I'm glad this happened to me. At least now I'll be with my wife, and most importantly, my son. I'm finally fulfilling my long-held dream of growing grapes. I'm glad you're doing well, Dad. I was really scared for you yesterday. To be honest, I didn't expect this to happen to you. Yes, son, I realized it myself, that life can be cut short in an instant. Anyway, what's the sad part? Let me get ready and you hurry them up with a discharge, 'cause I don't want to be here anymore. I'm just having sad thoughts. Jonathan was driving his father home. He didn't realize he still had to get to work and get some things done. But he'd lost a lot of time today, and he hadn't made any progress on the things he'd planned for himself. Most likely he would have to postpone them a little bit, because he still had to move. So he won't have time to work now. Besides, it will be necessary to talk to a lawyer, to plan everything, and then to see how to act. But that's all later. The important thing is that Dad's okay, and he'll be fine. Cassandra's spirits brightened after her conversation with her son yesterday. She no longer resented her husband. She decided to forget everything, and now, when they go to the sea, she would try to make up for lost time, that is, to get closer to her husband. After all, she had always loved and admired him, because they had started everything from scratch. And now that they seemed to have everything, they had grown very distant from each other. She packed her things and thought that their life at sea would be like a fairy tale. After all, life is very short, and one should take everything one needs now, and not regret later that one didn't. She heard a car drive up to the house. She looked out of the window and saw that her son had arrived, which meant that he had brought her husband too. She dropped everything and went to meet them. "You scared me so much. Please, next time you'll tell me immediately if you feel ill. And not just tolerate it, like you did this time." Jonathan and his father stood dumbfounded on the doorstep. They hadn't seen Cassandra like this in a long time. She threw herself around her husband's neck and hugged him. Robert hugged his wife too. You could see on his face that he was very pleased to hear this. "So this is US standing on the threshold. Come on, go into the bedroom. Lie down and I'll make you something to eat. You need to take it easy and get more rest." "Mum, the lawyer's coming and we've got some business to attend to. So Dad can't lie down right now. So let's go into the living room and he can sit on the couch. I think he'll be comfortable there." "Here we go again, son. How many times?" "Mum, it's just a formality. You know, Dad's going to leave now, and I'll be running the company. So Dad needs to sign some papers now. It's necessary." "All right, but when you've finally signed everything, Robert, you go straight to bed. I'll be right next to you because I've started packing for our trip. We'll talk about it." "All right. Whatever you say, darling. What about you, Jonathan? When is Jennifer moving here? I'd like to see Richard, too. Last time I saw him was a month ago when he came to the company. His grandson's all grown up now. I didn't even recognize him." "That's because we don't see each other much. And now that we're going away, we won't see them at all," Cassandra sighed. The men looked at her in surprise again. "Why do you keep looking at me like that? I've already explained to you that I was very frightened when Robert went into hospital. I realized how fleeting life is, and we live it so miserably, so now it's going to be different." "Right. I'll make you a cup of tea, and I'll get on with my packing. I won't disturb you." When Cassandra had gone, Jonathan turned to his father and said, "You know, Dad, I think your illness has come at just the right time. Look what Mum's become. Maybe you should have been sick like this 10 years ago, don't you think?" "I think I should have been sick all the time. And maybe life went differently." They laughed and joked about it until the lawyer arrived. Only then did they settle down and get down to business. Jennifer, of course, really wanted to live in this house, but now it would be very difficult for her to get to the city. Naturally, traveling by taxi would be expensive, and Jonathan would start asking her where she went every day. So she'll have to ask him to buy her a car, and that would be a way out. Yeah, and then we could invite Oliver here too. I mean, she's going to need to hire staff. So she'll fire the gardener and hire Oliver. Then she wouldn't have to go anywhere, and they'd be together all the time. Which probably won't work, 'cause he won't go for it. He had a sick mother, but she'd have to talk to him and see what he had to say. She immediately dialed his number and told him that they needed to meet urgently. She drove to the flat she had been renting for a few months now. At first they met in hotels, but she was not satisfied with that because she was afraid of meeting people she knew, and then she asked her husband for money. She rented a flat and now they only met there. Oliver was already waiting for her there. She was always surprised at how fast he came because she herself had just taken a taxi and swore at the traffic. Well, it's a good thing you're already here because I thought you were late too, Jennifer said. I was lucky. I was just in the neighborhood buying my mother's medication. So you don't have to worry. So what? Did you buy it? Show me. At least I'll see what it looks like. Alas, I didn't buy it. The pharmacist said she wouldn't have it until tomorrow. So I'll have to drive here tomorrow as well. But that's all right. The important thing is that I can see you. So my day wasn't wasted. Listen, I've got news for you. Really, I don't know how you're reacting to it because I understand you have a sick mum, Jennifer said. Jennifer, you're going to scare me. Tell me already what happened. Oh, don't worry so much, honey, it's nothing. It's just that my father-in-law and mother-in-law are going to the seaside and probably for good. They've got a fancy house there. And since my father-in-law just got out of the hospital, you understand, they will live there permanently. So, we're moving into their house. It's just outside of town. The house, of course, is just beautiful. It's every woman's dream to live in such a house. But there's one thing, it's very far from the city. I don't think I'll be able to take a taxi to our meetings. And I don't think you'd want to spend a lot of money either. So I don't know what to do now. Wait, Jennifer, are you saying we're not going to see you anymore? Well, that's not right. That's not the way it's supposed to be. I've only got a ray of sunshine glimmering ahead of me. And now you're leaving me. What am I going to do without you? Oliver asked excitedly. I'm not leaving you. You misunderstand me. On the contrary, I think I found a way out. Only I don't know whether you'll agree to my proposal or not. I understand. You have a sick mum you can't leave alone. But before you say no, think carefully, okay? Well, tell me already. Don't keep me in suspense. What's on your mind? I've thought of this. My mother-in-law is leaving, and that means I can change all the staff that work there to my liking. I don't get it. What staff works there? I've just told you it's not a cottage, it's a fairy tale. There's a lot of land around it, and the house is quite large. Naturally, there are people working there. Besides, my father-in-law and my husband can afford it. Well, what do I have to do there? I'll fire the gardener and hire you. You'll live there and get a salary. And of course you'll meet me. How does that sound? But you can't leave your mum. Yeah, look, it's all solvable. I'll hire a carer. I've got the money, so it won't be a problem. Besides, from what I understand, you said I'd get a salary. So I'll have enough for a carer and my medication. I agree. Beloved, I'm so glad you agreed because I was really worried that we wouldn't be able to see you often. You've thought of everything perfectly, and I'm happy again now. You have no idea how much I love you. When do I start my gardening duties? Hang on, we'll be moving there one of these days. Then I'll take care of the staff. And when it's ready, I'll call you straight away. Do you understand me? Jennifer asked. Yes. I'll look forward to the call, love. But now let's go to the bedroom because I missed you terribly, replied Jonathan. Jonathan sent the car out for his wife to load the things she would want to move now into their house. It became clear that his parents would probably stay at the sea. In fact, it would be better that way. His father would finally be able to do what he loved and the local air would make him healthier. Jonathan was glad that everything had worked out with his father and that things were better with his mother. Cassandra had really changed. She never left her husband's side, and she acted as if she had been a loving and faithful wife all her life. She could see that Robert was coming around to her, so she tried to please him even more. Jonathan liked the way his parents treated each other now. He wished Jennifer would treat him that way, too, because they hadn't talked much lately. But he'd come home from work and go to bed. He'd get up in the morning and go to work again. Everything was fine, it suited him. But he wished that his wife would at least sometimes meet him from work, and they would talk at least a little bit. He could see that she was excited about the move. Jonathan knew how much his wife liked the house before. And now she must be happy that she was finally going to live in it. In fact, why wouldn't she be? Maybe he'll try to be home more often now. He and his wife will have tea in the garden and talk. They used to have a lot to talk about. Except something had changed. And he didn't think it was just him. And Jennifer must have changed too. But it'll get better. If things were good for his parents, they'd be good for him. He was sure of it. Vanessa walked home sadly. I don't know what to do now, Vanessa thought. She had always thought that she would dedicate her life to sports. She had been going to karate since she was a kid, and she even had medals. But an injury ruined everything, and the coach told her that she had nothing to do in sports. At first, she was very upset, but her friend Sharon offered her a job. And when she told her how much she would get, Vanessa accepted. Besides, she wanted to enter the institute with constant training and traveling to competitions. That was out of the question. And now, when she was thrown out, she could think about studying. But things didn't work out the way she thought they would. Sharon herself worked as a maid in a wealthy house. She heard that her friend, her landlady, needed a maid and recommended her friend. Vanessa was hired, but she only worked there for a week, and then she was fired. Actually, it hurt her. Probably fired because you have to keep your cool and keep your emotions in check. I should have just turned round and walked away. But no, she just couldn't help herself. And here's the thing. The landlord waited for his wife to leave for the beauty parlor. I guess he decided to hit on Vanessa. She was just cleaning the master bedroom. When he approached, he grabbed her and threw her on the bed. Naturally, Vanessa didn't expect such a thing, but her reaction was lightning fast, and in the end the master was left lying on the bed with a broken nose. He should thank her after that, because she had hit him lightly, not as she had been taught. And if she had done it with her full strength, he wouldn't have got off so easily. Naturally, when the wife arrived and saw her husband like that, she immediately screamed and demanded an explanation. Vanessa told everything honestly. But the wife chose to believe her husband rather than her. And in the end, she was just out of a job. Don't be so upset, Sharon said. We'll find you another job. Why don't you? I'm not going to be a maid anymore, Vanessa said. It's not a job. It's a madhouse. Don't talk rubbish. There's only so much money you can make somewhere else. And you still want to go to school. Although I don't understand why you want to do that. You're already 23 years old. I think it's too late. No, it's not. Besides, are you going to be a maid your whole life? No, I don't want to spend my life cleaning up other people's messes. I need a profession. You don't understand anything about life. Do you think I want to work like that? No, I want to get married and have my house cleaned. Now I get it. Where can I meet a man like that? Only by hanging out with rich people. And the only way is to get a job with them. You think a rich man would look at a cleaning lady? I'm begging you, Sharon, just get your head back on straight. This isn't a fairy tale, this is life. Nowadays, rich men are trying to marry girls who are more simple. Do you understand? Because these girls who go to salons and make themselves beautiful, they only ask for money and nothing else. And you don't want to marry a man like that? You want to marry a man like that? Don't you understand? He doesn't know that. He'll take pity on me and marry me. And I won't be impudent. I won't ask him for anything at first, but I'll start slowly over time. That's how it is. It's like going fishing. You feed the fish first, and then you take the bait. And when the fish swallows it, you don't just pull it, you cut it off and then you pull it out. You've got a whole strategy worked out. I didn't expect that from you, Sharon. Or do you want to get married so badly already? Of course I do. Don't you think I'm tired of going round all day with a rag, scrubbing everything shiny and listening to my missus' voice? No, I'm sick of it. But I put up with it, because I'm going after what I want. And I'm on my way to my goal. But first I have to get in. I've learned everything, and I need money. The time is passing. The time for admission is approaching. And I still don't have any money, Vanessa said. That's all. Don't worry, I'll find you another job, Sharon said. You see, I've already made some connections, so just wait a little while. And soon you'll be back in a well-paid job. But please, next time, just walk away and don't hit anyone. Remember, you're there to save money. Got it? Yeah, I get it. But I didn't expect him to attack me like that. It was a reaction. He looks like a decent bloke. And he tiptoes around his wife. As soon as she walks out the door, he starts groping the girls who work there. I guess it was my turn. Only he attacked the wrong one. So I hit him back. so much so that I lost my job. Vanessa, I'm warning you not to do that next time. No matter how much you want to hit, keep your temper in check and think that it won't last long and that you'll soon get out of this and go to school. Do you understand? Why are you treating me like a little girl? I said I understood you. I won't do it again. And I'll try to avoid men so I don't get into trouble again. Good girl. Let that be a lesson to you. I'll call you tomorrow, 'cause I've been told I'm looking for a maid. So wait for the call. Jennifer, as planned, fired everyone who worked at her mother-in-law's house. True, she only kept the cook, but she also left the gardener, knowing full well that if she fired him and hired Oliver in his place, her husband would immediately realize everything. Because her lover didn't understand anything about flowers. So she decided for herself that they would have 2 gardeners and told her husband. I've hired another gardener, because this one can't cope anymore. Uncle Sebastian is really an old man. He's been with us for a long time. At first he was my father's driver. And then when my father built the house, he said that his eyesight was bad and that he couldn't drive anymore, and he wanted to become a gardener. My father was surprised then, because he didn't expect such an interest in flowers from such a healthy man with hands as big as a spade. One day he started a garden at our house. Everyone loved it. As it turns out, it's his hobby. So there's no need to fire him, let him work. Well, get a young man to help him and let him take charge. That's what I did, darling, because I realized that Uncle Sebastian knew what he was doing and there was no need to sack him. I kept the cook because Aunt Bridget cooks so well, but I sacked the housekeeper because she's not needed. I'll be doing the house myself from now on. So I've got a couple of maids. They're all coming in for interviews tomorrow. Will you be there? You're the man of the house. Well, you're the lady of the house. So I think you'll be fine on your own. I have enough to do at work. Jonathan liked to see his wife like this lately. She was very happy and talked to him all the time. But it was about nothing, but he liked it. He had already decided that things would finally get better for them too, and they would be happy. Vanessa looked at herself meticulously in the mirror and was pleased. She fixed a stray strand of hair, tucked it behind her ear, and put some lipstick on her lips. She took her bag and went to the meeting. The journey, as it turned out, was quite far. She had to change buses to get to the cottage village, and she had to walk another half-kilometer or so. Yes, getting here wasn't going to be easy. But as Sharon said, they take staff with accommodation. That was good too, by the way, because tomorrow the landlady of the flat she was renting would start calling her and demanding payment. And she didn't have any money. If she got the job, it would be a lot easier. But what if they don't? The house was very fancy. Vanessa turned her head round and sighed in delight. Finally, the owner herself, an attractive woman, came out and beckoned her to follow her. They entered the study and she motioned for Vanessa to sit in the chair opposite her. My name is Mrs. Catherine. I've had a look at your CV. I understand you've worked as a maid before, but only for a little while. And it says here that you were fired. And you're not embarrassed to show me this? No, because it wasn't my fault. And why were you fired, may I ask? Don't get me wrong. It's not idle curiosity. I need to know who I'm hiring. I'll tell you. It's just that the landlord's a bit of a loose cannon. All the girls were silent, but I couldn't take it anymore, and I fought back. As you've read on my CV, I'm an athlete and I can stand up for myself. That's why they kicked me out. Oh, I see. And you know you're accepted. I like your candor and how you feel about how married men behave. Come on, I'll show you your room where you'll live. You'll get your salary here twice a month, an advance in the middle and your salary at the end of the month. Does that suit you? Yes, very much so. Because when I was traveling here and I thought that most likely all my salary will be spent only on taxes, I understand everything. We do live a bit far from the city. Here's a room, but you won't be living here alone. There'll be another maid living with you. If I'll have her, of course. In the meantime, make yourselves comfortable. Since you came first, you get to choose. I'll go because the gardener's coming too. So I must have a word with him too, said Mrs. Catherine. There's your uniform in the wardrobe. So get dressed and you can start your duties today. I don't have time to explain everything to you, so Aunt Bridget will tell you and show you. She's a cook and she's been working in this house for quite some time. Well, I'm off, and good luck to you." Vanessa opened the cupboard and looked at the uniform that hung there. Trying it on, she realized that the size was a little off, but it was tolerable. After examining herself once more, she sighed, left the room and went looking for the kitchen to finally meet Aunt Bridget. Soon the kitchen was found, and the ruddy Aunt Bridget, recognizing Vanessa as the new maid, sat her down to tea. "I'll show you round in a moment. First, let's have tea and get to know each other," she said. "I've been working here a long time. Cassandra hired me. And this Mrs. Catherine, who's the landlady now, is their daughter-in-law. The owners are away at sea. The landlord got ill, went into hospital, and was advised to change the climate. So they left. Now their son lives with his wife and son. As soon as she came, she started to set her own rules, to fire everyone. She left only me and the gardener. Yes, and she told me that the gardener was coming to work here. She's right, Sebastian can't cope anymore and needs a helper. Although I think Sebastian knows his job very well. But as they say, the boss is the boss. It's a shame she sacked Lucy. She used to be the housekeeper, and everything was top-notch when she was here. And now I don't know what's going to happen. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Their son, Richard, lives here too. He's not a bad kid. He's 16 years old, but he's showing character. You should hear the way he talks to his mum." Aunt Bridget continued. "But what do I care? I'm on my own here and they're on their own there. But I think you'll get along with everyone here. You're a bright girl, I can see that." "What's it to me? It's my job to keep the house clean, that's all. How they live there and what they do is none of my business," said Vanessa. "That's right," agreed Aunt Bridget. "Because they don't like it when you meddle in their business. So it's better to just mind your own business and stay out of it." "That's what I think," Vanessa nodded. "My landlady told me you'd show me around and tell me everything, so I came to you." "What a clever girl," the cook grumbled. "So she can fire and hire, but I can do all the work. As if I have nothing else to do. I understand everything, I know my job. Just tell me where their storeroom is, where they keep all the cleaning products, buckets, rags, and so on. I'll figure it out. I've been a maid before." "That's a good girl," said Aunt Bridget. "You'll come out of the kitchen, turn left, and you'll see a door. It's just under the stairs, and that's where everything is. So you can find it yourself. And once I find it, I'll get started. It's a big house, so I'll have a lot of work to do," Vanessa said. "I've already realized that you're not afraid of work, so you'll be fine," the cook nodded. Vanessa left the kitchen and went in search of the pantry. On her way out, she bumped into a boy of about 16. "So this is the Richard Aunt Bridget told her about," she thought. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen people?" He mumbled and walked into the kitchen. Yeah, the kid's obviously pissed off at someone, Vanessa thought, and moved on so she could get to work. She saw Richard a few more times, only the boy paid no attention to her. He was busy with his thoughts. In fact, Vanessa didn't care about him either. The only thing that caught her eye was that he was very much preoccupied with something, like he had some problem he couldn't solve. Jennifer led Oliver out into the garden and looked round and threw herself at him with a kiss. "Are you out of your mind?" Oliver pushed her away, looking around cowardly. "What if someone sees us?" "Who's going to see us?" Jennifer objected. "The gardener's in the garden, the cook's in the kitchen, and the maid's cleaning the house. The son never leaves his room. So it's just you and me. I checked, we can't be seen from the window of the house. You see how the climbing rose is blocking everything. So it's like we're behind a screen." "Anyway, Jennifer, please, just control yourself," Oliver said. "Listen, this house is really great. Were you telling me the truth?" "I didn't believe it at first, to be honest. I thought you were exaggerating. But now I see that your husband is very rich. That's wonderful." "Darling, what do you mean?" Jennifer asked. "That I'm going to work here and be near you. And where am I going to live?" "Come on, I'll show you a room. But you won't be living in the house. There's an outhouse in the backyard. That's where you'll live. You know, but it's very cozy. I think you'll like it. I won't be able to visit you there, but I promise I'll think of something. You believe me, don't you? Of course I do, love, Oliver assured me. I think you'll think of something and we'll be together. You don't know how much I'd like to be with you always, to have a home like this, to be happy. Have you never thought about it? I have, Jennifer answered. Only we won't have a home like that with you if I divorce my husband. Sure, he'll give me money in the divorce, but that's a drop in the ocean compared to all this. So I'm not going to get divorced yet, Jennifer said. Besides, you and I are good enough, aren't we? Of course we are, Oliver said. But you have no idea how hard it is for me to share you with another man. If you say so. If there's nothing we can do, then we'll just keep seeing each other like this. Don't worry, I'll think of something. You know me. You see how I've planned everything cleverly, and now you'll be with me all the time, and we'll help your mother cure at last. And I think it's going to get even better from here. Shall we go to my place? There's no one in the house. The maid's in the kitchen, Bridget's helping, and you and I can go to my bedroom in peace. And I've missed you so much all these days. Well, what are you standing there for? Are we going or not? I'm sorry, darling, but I feel kind of awkward, Oliver replied. Come on, I'll get used to it, because you see, I'll be twitching all the time, thinking that your husband could come home at any moment. And I don't want to hide from him in the wardrobe. Okay, you're right. We'll wait a little while to get used to the situation, and then we'll see, Jennifer agreed with a sigh. Of course, she was now the owner of such a huge house, and if her husband suddenly realized or noticed anything, she could lose it all. She wouldn't want that. Jonathan came home from work early. He walked into the kitchen and saw a young girl and a young boy there. They were already eating dinner. He introduced himself and got to know them. Then he came out and made his way to the living room, where a table was already set for them. Darling, I see you have hired a staff today, he addressed his wife. What do you think of Vanessa? She seems to be a quick girl. She managed to do everything. So I don't think I'm going to hire a second maid. She's doing just fine on her own. And the gardener seems to be doing a good job. So it's all right, Jonathan answered. How about you? How are you doing at work? Since when did you become interested in my work? Jennifer was surprised. It doesn't sound like you. Well, I was just asking. And I thought you were going to tell me. I was just curious. Besides, what else are we going to talk about? Not my soap operas. Where's our son? Why didn't he come out for dinner? He's in a bad mood again. I guess he had a fight with the kids at school. He's been walking around all day puffed up like a turkey. I asked him to come to the table, but he said he didn't want to eat and that he'd go to bed early. I should go round and see what his problem is. I haven't seen him in a while. And you don't tell me anything about him. Do you even ask him how he's doing at school? Do you look at his diary? I think we've neglected our son. What is it with you today, Jonathan? I don't recognize you. You're acting strange. Is something wrong? No, it's just that I see a family coming today, a wife, a husband, and a son. And they're so happy together. You could just see it in their happy faces. And we're all living on our own, as if we were strangers instead of relatives. I decided to get closer today. We can't even sit at the table together. Jennifer sighed, and she didn't like this kind of talk. And she was even beginning to regret that her husband had started coming home early lately. How nice it used to be when he stayed late at his job and didn't care what was going on at home. And now what? Why was he suddenly so interested? Maybe he's found out something. She had to be very careful not to contact Oliver just yet. God forbid he suspects something, and then they'll just kick her out of this house. Jennifer didn't want to leave. She really realized that she wasn't going to get married that well again. So she had to try to hold on to what she had. You're thinking about something, Jonathan said. Jennifer shuddered and looked at her husband. No, it was nothing. Richard has been really withdrawn lately, and I think you should talk to him more than I should. He's a guy, and I think there are some things he's not comfortable telling me. What do you think? Jonathan nodded, getting up from the table and apparently heading toward his son. Jennifer sighed. Indeed, it was not human. It was not right. They're all strangers to each other, and even her son tries to avoid them. Vanessa had been working in this fancy house for a week now, and she was fine with it. And yet she had already drawn conclusions about the lady of the house and her husband. Jonathan came home late. Lately, he did not talk to his wife much, but went to his study and worked there. Vanessa didn't know how late he sat there, because she went to bed, knowing that she had to get up early tomorrow morning. But Mrs. Catherine was an interesting woman. Although she seemed to think no one noticed anything, Vanessa realized that she and their new gardener, Oliver, were lovers, because you could see the eyes she was looking at him with. Everything Vanessa saw, she didn't tell anyone, not even Aunt Bridget, but the one she really felt sorry for was Richard. It was obvious that the boy was very lonely and unhappy, and she could see that he had no friends at all, and that he was probably having trouble in class because of it. She would have liked to help him, seeing that his parents were not paying any attention to him at all. But she didn't know how to even approach him. Vanessa was cleaning the office when she heard some rustling. She looked out and saw Richard. He didn't look his best. There was a huge black eye under his eye. It was obvious he'd been in a fight with someone. "Wow. Who did that to you?" Vanessa asked. "What's it to you?" he replied in his usual rude manner. "I don't. I just wanted to help, but I can see you can do it yourself." "Exactly. Take the rag and do your job," Richard said. "Okay, if you say so. You're not the one to say it like that. Or you might even get a black eye," Vanessa said. "What are you talking about? You think that if I have a bruise, I can't stand up for myself? I can handle you, can't I? Before you know it." Richard didn't have time to say anything, because he didn't realize how he'd ended up on the floor. He was dumbfounded and looked at Vanessa, who didn't seem to do anything, but just took a step towards him and froze like that. "What do you think you're doing?" Richard jumped up and lunged at Vanessa, but immediately found himself on the floor again. He felt so hurt and ashamed that an unsolicited tear rolled down his cheek. He jumped up and silently went to his room. Vanessa looked after him and felt sorry for the guy. He was so lonely and lost that she couldn't stand it and followed him. She knocked on the room, but no one answered her. Then she slowly opened the door and peeked in. Richard was lying down on the bed with a pillow over his head. "Let's have a chat. I can see you're in trouble. Well, don't take it out on me. I didn't mean it. I just wanted to teach you a little lesson so you'd talk to me normally," Vanessa said. There was silence. Then she went into the room and sat on the edge of the bed. "You know, I know what you mean. My mom divorced my dad when I was 8. I was very upset, but I held it together and didn't show it," Vanessa continued. "I was a very sickly, small and thin child myself. You know, I was also very ugly in class. I was always teased and hurt no matter what I did. Everyone laughed at me. And then I realized that nobody could help me but myself. And one day I was walking from school and saw a set of karate classes. So I signed up and started training. Then I started to go to competitions, made friends, and in class I gave back to my offenders. And everything got better right away. If you want, I can teach you to stand up for yourself. But it's not easy, and it takes practice. But if you have a goal, I think you can do it." Richard sat down on the bed and looked at Vanessa carefully. "You're right, you're going to teach me how to fight. I told you that if you have the desire, I'll teach you how to fight. But we'll train in the evenings. During the day, you know, I have a lot of work," Vanessa replied. "So, peace?" She extended her hand to the guy. He smiled and shook her palm. "Peace. And you know, you're really cool. I'm sorry for being rude. It's just that I'm already used to communicating like this because everyone treats me very badly. At school, nobody talks to me like that. There's this girl I like. She told me I was a coward and that I couldn't even stand up for myself. And then Norman hit me. I wasn't expecting it. I fell down, and the whole class laughed at me, the whole class. Do you know how hurtful that was?" "I know exactly. I told you I had the same thing happen in my class. There's one thing I can't understand. Your parents are rich, they have money. Why didn't they enroll you in something so you could learn how to fight? And to be honest, sport never hurt anybody." "My parents just don't care about me," Richard continued. "My dad's all about work. He's just like my granddad, only his illness stopped him. It was only then that he realized that there was more to life than work. I guess my father's the only thing that can stop him is the hospital. and my mother is a short-sighted woman. She thinks that if she brings home a lover, no one can see it. But I realized it all at once. Dad's the only one who can't see it. You guessed that Oliver didn't just turn up here, didn't you? Richard asked. It's none of my business, Richard. Because I just work here, and I can't pry, Vanessa said. I understand, I'm just telling you. It's a shame for my father, though he doesn't pay much attention to us, but he does his best for us, to make us live well. And she brought another man here, and she's going to pay his salary too. I'm disgusted by it. It makes me even more stressed out, and I don't want to see my parents. You know, Richard, I think the first thing you need to think about right now is yourself, and your parents will figure it out without you. You'll see, if you and I have noticed it, your father will realize it soon enough. It's none of our business how they deal with it. It was a delightful morning. Birds were singing in the garden, and the scent of flowers was wafting through the air. Oliver sat in the pergola and drank his morning coffee. How good he felt. Life was wonderful, except for the fact that Jennifer had gone off the rails. She followed him everywhere, and he was getting tired of it. Besides, he really liked that girl, the new maid. She was so beautiful, and her figure was driving him crazy. He tried to get close to her a couple of times, but Jennifer appeared out of nowhere, as if she were watching him. But for now, he was fine with it. As he settled into the house, he began to notice that this family didn't keep track of things at all. They could just leave a watch on the table. Or, for example, Jennifer had taken off her gold earrings and left them in the hallway by the mirror. And Oliver didn't like things lying around like that. So naturally, he took them for himself. Well, if people treated them that way, why couldn't he take advantage of it? Besides, he didn't think he was doing anything wrong. This was his compensation. After all, sleeping with a woman he didn't love was a punishment. He turned round and saw Vanessa, who got up very early and did gymnastics in the garden every day. It was only later, though, that he realized it was something else. She was doing some kind of exercise. He had seen it in a film once and realized she was doing some kind of martial arts. Yes, the girl is certainly very attractive. He's just crazy about her. Well, nothing. Now he will save up a little money and offer her to go away with him. To be honest, he'd had enough of Jennifer. She was stupid and naive. He didn't like that kind of woman. He told her all kinds of nonsense, and she always believed him, felt sorry for him, and gave him money. In fact, everything suited him, but he'd long ago grown cold to her. And he never liked her. It was just entertainment. Vanessa, on the other hand, really got him. But nothing, he'll be able to buy a flat and then a car. And then he'd get Vanessa out of here and they'd live together. He couldn't stand it any longer. He stood up, looked around to make sure no one was around, and walked towards her. Good morning, it's a beautiful day, isn't it? Vanessa nodded silently, not interrupting her exercise. And I'm amazed at people like you, because I've never had the fortitude to exercise in the morning. But I go to the health club once a week, and I think I'm good enough. Vanessa didn't react in any way to his words. She continued to work out, and he wanted to talk to her, but once again nothing happened. As usual, Jennifer appeared out of nowhere. She grabbed Oliver's arm and whispered, "What are you doing here? I've been looking all over the garden for you. My husband's gone to work. Come on, let's go to my place, before anyone sees you. What are you looking at her for anyway? Do you like her?" At that moment, Vanessa finished her exercises, said a polite hello, wished her a good day, turned and left. Oliver glanced at her, then turned to Jennifer and asked angrily, "Are you out of your mind? Do you want everyone to realize what we have going on? You think that you just walked up to me like that and no one would notice? We weren't the only ones here, so stop acting like this." "You mean the girl? She's stupid, she didn't realize. Besides, you saw her practicing with concentration. I've never understood people who exercise in the morning. It's rubbish." Oliver looked at Jennifer squeamishly, then said, "You know, I need to help Uncle Sebastian today. He asked me to. So I'm sorry, I can't go with you because I promised." "Okay, I'll see you later. Now I gotta go." "What the hell are you doing?" "Uncle Sebastian who? I told you I miss you and I want you to come with me." "I'm sorry, Jennifer. I just feel like you're holding me up as your servant. Don't you think so? Except you forget that I'm a man, and I have an opinion about everything." So don't give me orders, understand? If I said not now, then you should understand me the first time. Do you understand? Jennifer was stunned. She'd never seen her lover like this before, but she actually liked it. Okay, honey, what do you say? I just want you to understand me too. I miss you. You're always around and yet you're so far away from me. I can't stand it. So try to control yourself because your behavior will ruin not only me, but yourself as well. Believe me, if your husband finds out about your antics, he won't forgive you for it. Oliver turned and walked away. Jennifer went to the gazebo, sat down and thought. She had really lost her head. What had been going on with her lately, she didn't understand. She couldn't imagine herself without Oliver. The sight of her husband made her sick. Apparently she'd never loved Jonathan. Just yesterday he'd hinted to her that he'd missed her and that he'd like to spend the evening with her. But she said she had a headache, that she didn't feel well, and immediately went to her room and quickly got into bed. She felt sick just at the thought of her husband touching her. Oliver, on the other hand, was different. She melted at the mere sight of him. And when he touched her, she almost fainted. He's right, of course. We have to be careful. She'd lose her mind if she saw him looking at anyone else but her. Besides, Vanessa's always here. True, she was relieved that this girl wasn't paying any attention to Oliver, and that made her feel better. Still, she needed to do something right away. But she didn't know what. Sooner or later, Jonathan would realize that Jennifer didn't love him and would naturally demand a divorce. Because he's a man of character and nature demands its own. But she can't give him anything because she loves someone else. It's a vicious circle. Well, she would sort it all out and she would definitely think of something. Jonathan arrived at the office and went to his office. The mood of the morning was worse than ever. Not only was something wrong with his wife, but he had noticed that things were disappearing. Just this morning he couldn't find his cufflinks, although he remembered well that he had left them in the bathroom when he took off his shirt to throw it in the dirty laundry basket. But they weren't there. He looked all over but couldn't find them anywhere. When he asked Jennifer about it, she rudely told him that she had no intention of keeping track of his things, and that if he wanted them to stay put, he shouldn't throw them anywhere. At that moment, his deputy Norman entered the office. They had known each other for a long time, and as soon as Jonathan took his father's place, he immediately took him on as his deputy. "Why are you frowning?" "Has something happened?" Norman asked. "You have no idea. It's like the Bermuda Triangle in my house. I put something in one place, and then it just disappears. And I can't find it," Jonathan replied. "But that's nothing. Someone must have taken it and moved it. Have you looked round the house? Could it be somewhere else?" "Yes, I looked all over the house this morning, but I couldn't find the cufflinks." "All right, they're small. They could have fallen off and gone somewhere. But I've started missing watches. I'll leave it somewhere, but the next morning it's gone. But I'm not senile, and I don't have sclerosis yet. So I remember perfectly well where I leave my things." "That's absurd," said Norman. "Of course it's not you. There's probably a thief in your house. You should check the people who work there. As I recall, your wife hired someone, and it's likely that the thief is among them." "You're right. And it's probably a maid, a young girl. Only I don't believe it's Vanessa. She's so modest and sweet." "I don't think she's capable of that," Jonathan said. "Well, you know, I don't have to tell you that looks are very deceiving. Is there someone else?" "Yes, a gardener. She's taken in a bloke who helps out. Uncle Sebastian now. But he doesn't come into the house, he only works in the garden. So that rules him out straight away. I see that leaves the maid. But I can't just accuse her of being a thief. I'll have to think of something." "What's there to think about? Just put cameras in the house. Just don't tell anyone. And then when you see what's going on, you'll have proof, and you'll find the thief," Norman advised. "You're right, I'll do that. Then order me all the equipment and find a man who knows what he's doing. I'll figure out what to say at home. Besides, there's no one to tell. My wife doesn't care about any of this. The son's always in his room and the cook's in the kitchen. You don't have to put them all over the house. Put it in the living room and put your wallet in a conspicuous place. And then you'll see who takes it. That's it." "That's right, you see everything. You're not thinking straight because you're doing something else. You've got something else going on besides that, haven't you? Yeah, Jennifer's a problem. I feel like she's avoiding me. I don't know what to think. Well, it's very serious. But in the meantime, why don't you figure out who's stealing stuff from your house? And when you figure out and punish that person, then we can think about your wife. Maybe she just needs to get away. Send her abroad. Let her get away for a while and everything will fall into place immediately. Or buy her some expensive jewelry. You know how women love that. You're right. I'll think of something. But first the cameras, because I don't like this at all. Norman nodded and walked out. Jonathan leaned back in his chair and thought. Indeed, something was going on in his house lately and he needed to put an end to it. Soon Norman returned with a young chap who said he would make the best of it. That's fine. Let's go then, Jonathan said. They arrived at the house and went into the living room. It was the largest room and had an entrance from the garden. He had decided to put the camera here. While Will was setting everything up, Jonathan decided to look for his wife to suggest a trip abroad. Maybe she really just needed a change of scenery and then she would be more affectionate to him than she was now. But Jennifer was nowhere to be found. He looked for her everywhere and thought she had gone somewhere else. There you are. What are you doing up so early? She asked and looked at her husband fearfully. What's the big deal? Can't I come to my house when I want to? No, you misunderstood me. I got scared. I thought something might have happened. Nothing is wrong. It's just that the internet's been bad lately. I can't work in peace. So I had a specialist come round. He'll take a look at it, and then I'll go back to work. Okay, it's fine. I understand. I was just scared. In all these years, you've never been home so early, that's all. Let's go to the kitchen, have some coffee, and calm down. So I'm calm. You're the one who's shaking. Are you all right? Well, I told you I was scared. I thought something was wrong. All right, I'm fine. Let's go get some coffee. And I'd like to get something to eat afterwards. I'm afraid I won't have time. They had coffee and talked for a while. Jonathan thought his wife had come round and he asked her where she had been for so long that he couldn't find her anywhere. So I've been in the garden. I've been having headaches lately. And it's only in the garden that I feel better, Jennifer replied. So I went into the gazebo and I must have dozed off. And only then I heard you calling me. I got scared and came running. That's it, Jennifer said. That's good then. I was thinking, since you've been feeling so bad lately, maybe you should go somewhere to get away. Richard's holiday's coming up. We could go away together. How would you feel about that? I think it's a great idea. I just need to think about it for a while because it's kind of sudden. So think about it. And tonight you'll tell me what you've thought. Okay, Jennifer nodded and took a breath. As soon as her husband asked where she had been, she was so afraid that she could hardly control herself. Soon Jonathan left and she made her way to the bedroom and lay down on the bed. God, we almost got caught. So engrossed in each other that we didn't even hear my husband arrive. I got so scared I thought he'd realize from the look on my face and just kill me. But it was all right. My heart is still pounding really hard though. I need to think of something to be ready in case my husband wants to come early again. He won't scare me like that again. I'll be ready for anything now. Now I had to get up and go find Oliver. He was pretty scared too, so she had to calm him down and talk to him about where they should meet. She found Oliver in his room in the outhouse. He was shaking with fear and didn't even answer the door right away. He was afraid she hadn't come alone. Are you a fool? Do you think I'd bring my husband here? What's wrong with you? Jennifer asked. He didn't understand anything. I said I dozed off in the garden and he believed me. Why did he even come here so early? What did he want? We've been having internet problems lately. So he brought a specialist, Jennifer replied. That's all. Were you that scared? Jennifer asked. I would never tell him. Even if he suspected something, I would deny it or make something up. But we'd better not see each other yet. I'm not feeling too good about this whole thing. I hope you don't either. I've calmed down a little, So I'm fine, Oliver said. You're right about us seeing each other. It's going to take a couple of days because, to be honest, I was pretty freaked out myself. But I'll figure out how to move forward. So don't worry. It's fine. And now you have to go. I have a lot of things to do around the house, Jennifer said. Are you kidding me? How can you have chores to do when they do everything for you? Well, you're wrong about that. For instance, I'm going into the kitchen now to draw up the menu for tonight so Bridget can make a nice dinner. All right, spare me your bartending. Just go. I need to lie down. I don't feel well. All right, sweetheart, you rest. I'll go inside. I need a distraction, too. I still have a lot of pounding in my chest. Jennifer turned and left. Oliver locked the door behind her and rushed to the wardrobe. He had some things in there that he'd been finding around the house lately and taking for himself. They needed to be stashed somewhere just in case. Of course, rich people don't even notice when they lose things, and that's just to his advantage. He'll sell it all. Well, not all of it, of course. He'll keep some of it for himself. Besides, he's got a serious amount of money saved up. After all, he didn't spend anything now. He ate, drank, didn't pay his rent. And he was getting paid for it too. It's a wonderful life, said Norman. We shouldn't be in a hurry to leave yet. Vanessa wouldn't go anywhere, and he could save up some more money. After all, most likely there will be no more such a good opportunity. And he would probably never find a more trustworthy person than Jennifer. Jonathan arrived at the office and called Robert again. So everything has been established? He asked. And when I left the house, I left my purse in a conspicuous place. Well done, Robert said. I reckon a thief is bound to take the bait. From what I understand, you've lost more than one thing, so he's got a taste for it. That's fine. He feels he can get away with it now. So he's going to take the bait. That's what I thought. And if it's Vanessa, I'm going to be very disappointed. I really liked that girl. Not only was she beautiful, but she was smart. I did a little research on her. And to be honest, I never would have thought she'd be the type. She's an athlete, she's been to the Olympics, she's even got medals. And I didn't think she was capable of something like that. Well, maybe it wasn't her, Robert said. Why suspect her in the first place? It's just that there's no one else. Bridget couldn't have done it. Besides, she's been working in this house a long time. And the only newcomer is Vanessa. And she's the only one who has access to all the rooms. But there's also the gardener, Jonathan said. What's he got to do with it? I told you they don't go in the house. Their place of work is the garden. That's where they work. I've known Uncle Sebastian for a long time, too, and I have 100% confidence in him. So that makes it Vanessa. What will you do with her when you find out the truth? I don't know, Jonathan answered. As far as I understand, she wants to study and she probably needs money for that. So she started stealing. She could have just asked me for it, and I would have given it to her. But since she did it her own way, she can give it back and get out of my house, Jonathan said. Do you understand? You won't call the police? Robert asked. No, I think it would teach her a lesson. And if she doesn't, someone else probably will. If she doesn't stop, you know best. And you're right. I do feel sorry for the girl. I don't want to ruin her biography. All right, well, why don't you watch the tape first and then you can make your judgment? Okay, you're right. We need to be sure first and then decide what to do with her. Vanessa left the room she was cleaning and headed for Richard's room. But she knocked on the door and called out to him. He'd come in. And I've already finished doing my homework. So you can get started, Richard said. And I'll help you, Richard offered. No need, Richard. Your parents pay me money for this. It's my job. Well, let me help you, because you do so much for me. Vanessa smiled and looked at Richard. I see you can put the ointment I gave you on your bruise. You're looking much better already. What did your mom say when she saw it? Nothing. I don't think she noticed. I haven't seen my dad in a couple of days. So when I do, I probably won't have anything on my face, Richard replied. How are things going at school? It's going great. You were right. Jack was trying to catch me off guard again. But that trick you taught me the day you suggested I study was the best thing that ever happened to me. Everyone just went wild. And now some of my classmates are talking to me and even offered to go to the club with them, but I refused. Besides, you don't want to go clubbing with that face. Yeah, I don't think it's too early for you to go out there. But that's up to you. It's not for me to tell you. I'm glad, Vanessa said. But if you don't mind, we could keep going. You'll need it, Vanessa said. In a little while, you'll be dating a girl. And you'll have to be able to stand up for her. Besides, trust me, girls like strong guys. So you're going to be a winner. Thank you, Vanessa. You've been so helpful. You're like a sister to me, Richard said. I don't really have any parents, to tell you the truth. I've realized that because I've been working here a long time and I've seen a lot of things. You're right. We're quite a family, Richard said. It's a shame about Dad, because he's been so busy lately, he's been a bit lost. And I think he's starting to realize that your mum's cheating on him. Or maybe he's just having trouble at work. You keep an eye on him just in case. Just in case, she continued. Men react differently to cheating. Besides, from what I've heard, your grandfather had heart problems. So God forbid your father might have a heart problem and end up in hospital too. You're right. We'll have to keep an eye on him, Richard agreed. Besides, that's probably not the reason. Maybe he's having problems at work because Mum's acting like nothing's wrong. You're right, it's probably work, Vanessa nodded. Then let's not think about the bad stuff. All right, I've got to get on with my cleaning. And if you want to help me, go ahead. Then I'll finish faster today and we'll study as usual. We come to the living room. It's quieter in the evening, and it's a lot more space. We could do it in the garden. But it's likely to rain tonight. So you'd better come into the drawing room, said Richard. Jennifer had been worried for a couple of days. Oliver had been avoiding her, trying to keep out of her sight. If she did see him, he wasn't alone at that moment. She was also alarmed by the behavior of the cook, who kept looking at her strangely. And when she came yesterday to prepare the menu, she even said that she didn't like women who were unfaithful to their husbands. Why are you telling me this, Bridget? Jennifer asked. Or don't I know something? It's just that a friend of mine cheated on her husband. Well, I still can't get over it, Bridget said and turned away. But Jennifer didn't like that. She was sure that Bridget had said that to her. Did she somehow find out that she and Oliver were having an affair? How? Where could she have seen them? After all, they kept everything so carefully hidden. She decided not to delay the conversation and went to look for Oliver. She found him in the living room next to Vanessa. The girl was cleaning the room, and he was telling her something. Jennifer stood in the doorway to watch them. So Oliver said, "And when I got out of the car, excuse me, but I'm all cleaned up and I have laundry to do, so I don't have a lot of time. Do you want me to help you?" He offered. "Besides, I have plenty of time, and you'll finish faster. And we could sit in the garden and have a coffee. How would you like that?" Jennifer tensed. She felt uncomfortable, and yet she was anxious to see how Vanessa would respond to the suggestion. "I'm sorry, but I have neither the desire nor the time to have coffee with you," Vanessa said coldly. "Good day to you." It was only then that she saw the landlady at the door. Vanessa grabbed the bucket and mop and silently walked out the door, while Jennifer entered the room. "So you wanted coffee?" she asked wryly. Well, go ahead and drink it." "It's just a game," Oliver said. "Everyone should think that you and I have nothing to do with each other." "You don't have to go in the house to think that, because your job is to be in the garden. Do you understand?" Oliver realized that he'd overdone it a bit and that Jennifer might kick him out. And that wasn't his plan just yet. He walked over to her, looked round and pulled her against him. "What's the matter, love?" "Don't you know me?" Oliver said. "I'm doing all this for us. That's all I'm doing. And besides, I missed you too. So I came here thinking I'd catch you, and there was this Vanessa cleaning. So I started talking to her. That's all." "I think you weren't just talking to her. You were flirting with her," Jennifer objected jealously. "Do you like her?" "She's just a gray mouse compared to you," Oliver assured her. "Stop sulking at me. I don't deserve this." Jennifer started to move away from Oliver, then turned and ran over to Oliver, and they kissed. Then, as if they'd come to their senses, they pulled away from each other and went their separate ways. Jonathan decided to finish his business early and go home to see who was stealing things in his house. When he entered the house, he saw his wife, who greeted him and told him that she had not had dinner yet and that she was waiting for him. "Why did you decide to wait for me?" Jonathan asked. "Is something wrong?" "No, nothing's wrong," Jennifer answered. "Besides, don't I have the right to want to wait for you? Besides, you and I haven't had dinner together for a long time and we've grown apart." Jonathan smiled. He immediately forgot about the camera because he was very pleased with his wife's attention. They sat down at the table and Jennifer took out a bottle of wine. They had dinner and then retired to the bedroom. Jonathan woke up in the middle of the night and looked at Jennifer sleeping. He smiled. Apparently they were finally going to be okay. His wife had told him she loved him, and they were doing amazing. He carefully got up and made his way to his office, spun the footage from the camera, and watched. At first he didn't realize what was going on, and then he was just stunned when he saw what the maid was doing to his son. She was kicking him and even hitting him with her hands, and Richard was flying away from her like a ball. But then he'd get up and go at her again. He watched the video a couple of times and only then realized that Vanessa was teaching his son karate moves. It showed her showing him a particular move, then demonstrating it on Richard, and then they reinforced what she had shown him. He watched the tape again and made sure Vanessa hadn't touched his wallet, although he had been convinced before that his wallet was missing after all. But then who had? Vanessa was above suspicion. Oh, and on top of that, she was teaching his son techniques so he could stand up for himself. Jonathan smiled as he switched the tape on again and again to watch this fragile and pretty girl teach a boy taller than her how to fight. But then, remembering why he had set up the camera in the first place, he decided to re-watch the whole thing again and find out who was really to blame. After all, he was sure it was Vanessa, and had been scrolling through the film exactly to the moments where she appeared. And now he decided to watch everything in more detail and finally find out who the thief in his house was after watching what the camera had captured. During this time, Jonathan couldn't stand it and went out onto the balcony. He was short of breath because he felt sick after what he had seen. What he didn't expect was to be stabbed in the back. What should he do now? What to do, how to behave, and how to go on with his life. Jennifer woke up early in the morning and realized that Jonathan was no longer there. She was sure that after the night they had had, her husband would not be in such a hurry to go to work and would stay for breakfast with her. But it hadn't worked out that way. He still left for work. She stretched out in bed and smiled contentedly. Things weren't so bad. Her husband believed her, and that was the most important thing. A couple more days and she could go out with Oliver again. Everything was going according to plan, and yesterday she'd made sure Jonathan had no idea. That was exactly what she needed. Jonathan paced from corner to corner in his office, unsure of what to do. "Did you find out what you wanted to know? Is it really Vanessa?" Norman asked him when he entered the study. "No, I was wrong. The girl didn't do anything. She's just a smart girl. Besides, I told you she's an athlete. Well, she's teaching my son karate, and I've seen how much he likes it. Plus, I've started to notice how my boy's changed. He doesn't walk around like a pouty, disgruntled teenager anymore. He acts like a real man, and I didn't think much of it. Now I realize it. It's her fault." "Oh, that's wonderful. And that's just great. Then why are you so angry? You're not even wearing your face. Did you find out what happened? Tell me." "Yes, I found out, but I can't tell you yet because I'm in complete shock. To be honest, I came to work. I thought I'd take my mind off it, but now I see I was wrong to do that. I'm going home now. I've got some business to take care of while you keep an eye on things." "Don't worry. You know very well you can count on me. Just you. Just be careful you don't do anything stupid." But Jonathan was already out. He couldn't wait to go home and face them, because he hadn't expected such a betrayal. Jennifer was sitting in the gazebo drinking coffee. Her mood was just fine. She was enjoying everything around her and was happy. She was a little confused when she saw her husband enter the garden. Then, remembering the previous night, she realized that he probably couldn't stand it and had come to be with her a little longer. She smiled and waved at him, but Jonathan didn't respond. He silently walked over and sat down next to her. Jennifer felt the tension, but didn't pay it any mind. She reached up to kiss her husband, but Jonathan abruptly pulled away from her and then stood up. "What are you doing, honey?" Jennifer asked. "Nothing, Jennifer." "Did I make you feel bad?" She didn't realize anything. She decided to calm down, even though panic was starting to spread throughout her body. "You what?" "I'm fine with you," she replied. "Then why are you cheating on me with the gardener?" Jennifer froze. She couldn't understand how he knew that. Who had told him about it? And anyway, why would he even think that? No, what kind of nonsense is that? Well, think about it. Where am I and where's the gardener? She protested. Then come on. I'll show you something. She had no choice but to follow him into his office. He switched on his laptop and showed her the tape. She understood. There was no point in denying it. It showed her and Oliver kissing. She looked at her husband to tell him she didn't mean it. But when she met his gloomy gaze, she didn't say anything. "Okay," Jonathan said. "Tell your Alfonso to keep everything he's stolen from my house. Not even the money you paid him to work here, do you understand? I'm not completely stupid. I spoke to Uncle Sebastian the other day and I found out. And I want you both out of my house. Do you understand? But Jonathan, why don't you listen to me? Maybe we." "There is no maybe we now, is just you and your gardener friend. My son and I are no longer in your life. I'll give you an hour, and if you don't clear out, I'll call the police and file a report. I'm done." Jennifer walked out and Jonathan sat back in his chair and thought. Maybe it was for the best that things had happened this way. But so far he had no answer to that question. And as usual, he thought that time would tell. Unexpectedly arrived at my mother-in-law's house, and when I opened the door I was shocked to see her .mp4. "Mr. William, hello. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to be able to deliver the project on time." "What happened, Julia?" "I had an accident the day before yesterday. I'm in hospital now." "How? You weren't driving, were you?" "No, I was in a taxi. Anyway, the doctors say it's going to be a while. So the project should probably be handed over to someone else." "Do you need help?" "I don't know yet. My husband will be here. He'll bring my sick leave." "All right, darling, feel better." Julia leaned back on the bed, dizzy and aching. "What are they giving me?" "They say it's an anesthetic, but it's probably something else, and my back hurts and I'm dizzy." She tried to remember the day before yesterday and couldn't concentrate. She had been traveling to a client, taking a project. She usually tried to always leave in advance and on public transport. Well, in the extreme case, the boss, the same Mr. William, gave her a car, but here she refused the car. And Nicholas had made a row in the morning about an unironed shirt. You'd think after almost 20 years together, you could have said so from the night before. But no, he got angry like a child. "Can't you take care of your husband at home, iron his shirt?" "Nicholas, you're a grown man. You can't do it yourself, so ask in advance," Julia said. "It's like in the first grade. We need to bring a craft tomorrow. You're like, I need an ironed shirt." "Why do I need a wife if she can't do such a small thing?" "So you need me? Shirts to iron?" Julia asked. "By the way, I work all day too. I cook, clean, and do laundry." "The washing machine does the washing, not you." "Then ask her to iron your shirt," Julia said. I'll find someone to ask. You can start looking." He brought Julia to tears. While she calmed down, tidied herself up, she did not iron her shirt on principle. In general, with her husband tried to meet as little as possible in a 2-room flat. When finally he angrily slammed the door, the woman looked at herself in the mirror. "God, I look like an ant. That's what I am. What do they say? 45 is a woman berry again. I don't know. Maybe, of course, in a couple of years I'll blossom. For now I'm just a watermelon, and not ripe," Julia thought. There are bags under my eyes, pale skin, some spots. If I had divorced him at once, maybe I should have done it, rather than to endure scandals for nearly 20 years for the sake of property division. She looked at her watch. There wasn't much time left, and Julia began to frantically pack, realizing that she wouldn't be able to get there in time by public transport. She had to call a taxi. She was still late, but at least she could call her client and apologize. The driver got into the situation and tried to get the client as quickly as possible. But at an intersection they met a large Jeep, which was in an even greater hurry. It hit the door where Julia was sitting. Either she had sat down awkwardly or had turned round at that moment. But besides the blow, the woman felt pain in her back, from which she lost consciousness. She woke up in hospital. Fractured spine. For the first 24 hours she did not think anything at all, but only did what the doctors said, moved her arms and legs, tried to say phrases. There was no amnesia. She immediately remembered everything that had happened. However, they gave her a call only a day later. Of course, husband Nicholas and son Thomas flew to the hospital. No, the husband did not ask for forgiveness, but he behaved carefully. Talked to the doctor, asked his wife what she wanted and what she could bring. Thomas told the school news, trying to distract his mother from her sad thoughts. She looked at her son and rejoiced. 18 years old. Good kid, caring, always ready to help. I'm surprised he didn't take after his father with his rudeness. For 5 days after the accident, Julia was in shock. Then she was gradually brought back to normal by doctors. And then the next trouble came upon her. Julia, the doctor told her during her regular rounds, "We have stabilized your condition and your life is not in danger. However, you need to get used to the idea that you will no longer be able to walk." Julia's ears pinched again. "What does that mean, doctor?" she asked. "It means we've done all we can, but the lower part of your body will remain paralyzed," the doctor replied. "But how?" "I moved my legs like you asked." The doctor shook his head. "It only seemed that way to you. Unfortunately, you can't move your legs. How many times have I asked you to do so? Besides, we've done other tests. You can't feel your legs." "Alas," said the doctor, "I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but at least you're alive and everything else is fine. You'll just have to learn to live a new life. In a wheelchair." "Oh, really? What about work? And how am I going to get down from the 3rd floor? Do I need a nanny now?" The doctor threw up his hands. "Well, I'm powerless to do anything about it. Believe me, in time all problems will be solved. And then, you have your husband and son. I'm sure they'll help." "I'm not so sure about that," Julia thought, and closed her eyes. She pondered how to break the news to her men and what she was condemning them to. Now they would have to look after her all the time, hire a carer. And she herself would now not be able to just get dressed, go to the shop, the pharmacy, or just go out for a walk. What kind of life is this? Why has it all fallen on me? And if I had divorced Nicholas, would I be alone now? Or is it his fault that I'm in this position? If he hadn't scandalized me, none of this would have happened. Julia indulged in thought and feeling for a long time. She looked for someone to blame, terrified at the thought of what kind of life was ahead of her. And this at 40, what's the next 30 years, maybe more? I have to live like this. And Thomas, he'll have to look after me all the time now, instead of having his own family and grandchildren. Oh no, we have to come up with something right away. Maybe the doctor doesn't know everything. Maybe there are some prosthetics, Julia thought. You have to live on something. I can't sit on Nicholas's neck. He'll reproach me with every piece of food. I couldn't bear it. What am I going to do? By the time she was discharged from the hospital, Julia had not thought of what to do, but just mentally waved her hand. She decided to act on the circumstances. When she got home, she was amazed at how the flat had changed. A lot of space had been cleared where some things and other rubbish used to stand. Now there were spacious passageways. The doorways seemed wider. And from the bathtub, the threshold that prevented a wheelchair from getting through was gone. "Thank you, boys," she looked at the men with tears in her eyes. "What's the matter, Mum?" "It's all for you," Nicholas pronounced. What are you crying about?" Thomas was indignant. "It's me from happiness." "Then let's see how you'll move around." Just then, Nicholas took Julia's chair by the handles and began to roll it from the room to the kitchen, to the other room, and into the bathroom. Everywhere the pushchair went through without a problem. It's just a matter of a few things. Learning to drive it myself, my wife smiled. Everything will come with experience. Well, I'm off to work. Nicholas disappeared out the front door. Julia looked up at her son. Don't you have somewhere to be? No, Mom, I'm going to stay with you, help you settle in. So don't be shy. Ask me if you need anything. Okay. Okay, honey. Julia got used to moving around the flat quickly, but the fact that now she had to ask someone in the household to go outside for any reason, whether it was to take out the rubbish or to get her medication, she couldn't get used to for a long time. Over time, of course, she learned to adjust her desires to fit her husband and son's life schedule, but she still felt discomfort when she had to ask for something. It also depressed the woman that she was unemployed. No, of course not. Mr. William had helped her financially at first and even bought her a nice expensive pram. But Mr. William couldn't support Julia for the rest of her life. She realized that very well. All her work in her previous life had involved not only dealing with clients, but traveling. And in her present condition, it was impossible to do so. At home, scandals were increasingly frequent. You, by the way, live on my money, this phrase from the lips of her husband was heard more and more often. It got to the point that he began to reproach not only Julia for spending too much on useless, as he put it, medicines, but also his son Thomas that he wanted to continue his studies after school, rather than go to work to provide for his mother and care for her. Julia spent a long time researching training opportunities for people with disabilities and finally decided on a sewing course, which she had always been good at. A special vehicle was sent to her on the day of the course, which traveled around people in wheelchairs like her, bringing them to the course and then taking them home afterwards. Except that the classes were only about 4 hours long, and Julia's journey took all day. She was very upset about the lost time, during which she could have done something around the house to avoid Nicholas's reproaches. But over time, the woman realized that no matter how hard she tried, she still could not avoid scandals. So she began to let her husband's words pass her ears more often. But Thomas always found out in advance from his mother when she was studying, and on that day was at home in the morning and evening to bring his mother down to the yard, and after the study lifted back up to the flat. After completing the course, Julia had clients who came to the flat. She started sewing to order and getting a solid raise on her disability pension. Also, on one of her trips, the woman met a taxi driver, Scott, who was very attentive to his passenger. He knew how to help the woman sit down, how to fold her pram. I have a younger sister in a wheelchair. Here's her medication and works, he explained to Julia. They exchanged phone numbers. The woman became freer in her movements and means. This again really pissed off Nicholas, who thought the whole world revolved around him. But his wife had managed to break free from his financial dependence. Dad, where are you going? Thomas walked into the flat as Nicholas pushed the packed suitcases towards the exit. That's it. And you, Thomas, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to live apart. Have you been raised? You're so big and independent. I think my mission as a parent is over. I want to live for myself for a while. All this time you've been living for who? For you, for Mom. And now I want to finally fulfill my own desires, not someone else's whims. What about Mom? We've talked it over with her. She's fine with it. We'll get a divorce, that's all. We have no minor children, so it's easy to do. Well, wait a minute. She needs help. Go to the shops, go for a walk. So, let the social worker do it. I'm not a babysitter. Thomas looked into the kitchen. Mum was sitting at the table, staring at one point. So as long as life revolved around you and your mum catered to you, you were fine. The minute Mum needs help, you run away. How do you talk to your father? I've been helping your mother settle in for almost 3 years, by the way. She's quite used to it now and can be on her own. She got a job, even though she could have stayed at home. Disability pension. Are you kidding? If she would do the cleaning like before, do the laundry, iron my shirts, after all. All I hear are reproaches, you won't help me. Thomas looked at his father dismissively. You wanted to live for yourself. That's where you start from. I'm no help to you now. My mum needs help, and I'm not enough for you too. I have arms and legs. Do it yourself. Thomas turned away and went to Julia in the kitchen. You'll come crawling back. Both of you come crawling back to me, Nicholas shouted angrily and slammed the front door. The sound made Mum feel as if she had woken up. Thank God he's gone. I can't bear to listen to his reproaches and whims. How are you doing, son? I thought everything was fine this morning, but now. Don't worry, it's between us. What do you mean, our thing? He left you helpless, and you've been cleaning up after him for 20-odd years. We just got tired of each other during that time. He thinks he deserves better. Better than me. Dad, where else is he going to find one? Maybe he already has. So he's run off to a woman. Thomas, he's your father and he raised you. Don't talk about him like that. How are we going to cope? The same way we did before. Have we seen much help from him? More talk. I'm in the know, I've done courses. I've got customers. I'll keep sewing at home. They say it's a very sought-after specialty. You didn't answer what's new with you. I'm fine. I closed the session. The day after tomorrow, I'm invited to bowling for my birthday. I'm going with my fellow students to have fun. By the way, do you know what a girl can get for her 20th birthday? Like what? Flowers, of course. No, that goes without saying. What else? Do you like the girl? You misunderstand. She and I are in the same group. She has a boyfriend. That's Marcus, a friend of mine. Remember? Of course. So Molly is getting her girlfriends and his friends together so Marcus won't be bored alone in the girls' group. Then give some handmade chocolates or a soft toy. Something that isn't too obliging. What if she doesn't eat chocolate? Trust me, that's already her problem. She'll just enjoy getting a gift from you. Thanks. I'm on holiday later. Maybe we could go out. So what? Are you going to spend the whole holiday with me, Thomas? I'm asking if you want to go out with your son. And you're just as quick to jump in. Julia nodded at the wheelchair. It's all from that. I take everything as pity and wanting to look after me. Maybe that's why your dad left too. That's not what we're talking about right now. We're not talking about him now, we're talking about you. Where shall we go? Museum, theater. You know, I've been wanting to go to the planetarium for a long time. But I don't feel comfortable asking. What's so inconvenient? It's decided I'll get the tickets and tell you when we're going. It's good that you don't plan anything for that day. What can I plan? I don't know. A client's coming over, or you're going on a date yourself. You're a fast learner. I need to keep an eye on you. That's right. I'll switch on the second speed. I'll fly away on the wings of love, laughed the woman. Bowling. The birthday girl, Molly, suggested we split into male and female teams. No, Molly, that wouldn't be fair. Maybe I want to play on the same team as you, Marcus protested. And if we share who wants to play with whom, then those who no one knows will be offended, objected the girl. Let's write names on pieces of paper now, and Paul Thomas suggested. One cap has the names of the guys and one cap has the names of the girls. And for example, you and your sister, or Marcus and I take turns pulling from one or the other. So Thomas ended up on the same team as the birthday girl's sister Amanda. And his friend Marcus pulled a piece of paper with Molly's name on it out of the woman's cap. Can't be helped, fate, he smiled and kissed the girl lightly. As it turned out, Amanda was 2 years younger than her sister and a very good balloon thrower. When she threw out a strike with her last hit, which defeated the opposing team, Thomas happily lifted the birthday girl's little lightweight sister above the floor and lowered her, putting her back down. I don't like this one, she smiled. What Thomas wondered and brought the girl back to the ground. When strangers touch me, Amanda explained. So we do know each other. Well, not that familiar. Well, I'm sorry. Molly's older sister addressed her. Thomas has just known you for a couple of hours, so he's not aware of all your quirks. And if I sit next to you, you'll just tell me what you don't like yet. Would that be okay, Thomas asked the girl. Easy, Amanda nodded with her blonde hair. It was a warm June, so Julia went up to the outdoor area with Thomas after the planetarium cinema. She walked between telescopes and sundials from different eras and civilizations, reading the accompanying information and generally enjoying the weather and the company of her son. "Hello, Thomas," she heard a girlish voice somewhere off to the side where her son had retreated. Julia turned round. Standing next to the young man was a short girl. The guys were talking about something and smiling. Pretty in such cute ponytails, Julia thought, and saw the couple heading towards her. A couple of years ago, the woman would have been very embarrassed by her position and would have tried to avoid making acquaintances. But now, smiling, she waited for the boys to approach. "Mom, I'd like you to meet me. This is Amanda, Marcus and Molly's girlfriend," Sister Thomas almost stammered, trying to pronounce it. "Nice to meet you. And my name is Julia. How do I address you?" "Why is that awkward? Are you interested in astronomy too?" "I like to look at the stars." "If that's called being interested in astronomy, then yes. But I'm actually here with my mates," and the girl waved her hand at the company standing nearby. "Pretty, that Amanda of yours," Julia said to her son when they got home. "Mum, she's not mine at all. We met at a bowling alley when Molly was celebrating her birthday." "Too bad she's not yours, though. Then someone else will be lucky. But you won't be so lucky." The first thing she said was that she didn't like strangers touching her. "Did you touch her?" "We won, and she threw the winning strike. Well, I spun her around. She demanded to be put in her place and spoke her mind to me." "Well, she's right. Who likes to be hugged and spun around without being asked? You have to be more careful about expressing your feelings." "I'll try next time," Thomas muttered and went to his room. Mum left the day after Amanda's birthday when she turned 10. The girl woke up expecting a delicious breakfast and her mum's cheerful voice, but instead, her dad Oliver was sitting on the kitchen table, fidgeting with her note. The girl read it later as an adult. "Oliver, I have fallen in love with another man. I was hoping to deal with this feeling, but I can't. I don't want to deceive you, so I'm leaving. I'm leaving the girls to you. I believe they'll grow up to be wonderful girls. Don't hold a grudge." Mum took one suitcase with her. Most of her things remained lying on the shelves, and it looked as if she would be back soon. It wasn't until about 5 years later, when Dad started renovating the house, that he sorted out the rest of Mum's things. The good ones he gave to charity, some he threw away. Some he kept as a memento. As an adult, Amanda still couldn't understand how anyone could do such a thing. And it was okay for her. But Molly's wife was Daddy's stepdaughter. Dad had married Mum when she was already pregnant with Molly. And he raised and educated his eldest daughter as his own. Never gave Amanda any preferential treatment and made sure that none of his daughters felt left out of his father's love. And just like that, to walk away because she fell in love with someone else. Leaving her daughters behind, Molly made attempts to find her mum, discouraging her younger sister from helping her. But Amanda had her daddy's ironclad temper. She didn't want to know the one who left her. She always took her father's side, and even when she grew up, she never felt the desire to find this woman who was a stranger to her. Dad did everything for his daughters. He collected them for school, helped with lessons, went to parent-teacher conferences. Both girls did well. Only Amanda sometimes received remarks on behavior because of her too sharp, almost boyish character. Dad always signed in his diary that he had seen the teacher's note, and he said, "Everybody's character is different. You got a boyish one. What can I do about it? I'm not going to break you over my knee." "When you grow up, you'll understand," Dad said. It was only for her father's sake that Amanda tried to behave calmly at school. True, once when one of the elders said that she and Molly were orphans, Amanda threw herself at the offender with fists. "We are not orphans. We have a daddy, the best daddy in the world. No mom can replace him. Understand?" screamed the girl. She was barely dragged away from the high school student. The physics teacher took Amanda to her classroom, and only there did she burst into tears. "Why? They don't even half have fathers or don't live with them. That's normal. And when we only have one dad, we're orphans right away. We're normal. Understand? Our dad is better than most, Amanda wailed. The teacher stroked her head and nodded in agreement. Then she let her wash up in the back room and let her go to her lessons. Daddy Oliver always gave money for every activity, whether it was a trip to museums or a tour of the city. I work, he excused himself to his favorites. I can't go with you all the time. And this way you will grow up not only beautiful but also well-educated. Sometimes Oliver helped with the classroom. If desks needed fixing or cabinets needed hanging, Amanda, the new daddy, was always called. He would come with a suitcase of tools, take a good look at the front of the work, and get to work. By graduation, Oliver himself found an attire and took his eldest daughter Molly there to have the most beautiful dress she had ever dreamed of made. 2 years later, Amanda went to her graduation in a store-bought trouser suit. "I don't need these princess dresses," she said. "I feel like a fish out of water in them. And besides, they're all out of my style. You and your blonde curls would be like a fairy in a film." "I hate those curls and I'm going to dye my hair black," Amanda blurted out. But thank God she did not experiment with her hair. Amanda also chose a male institute, physics and technology. "I feel good there," she said when asked about studying in a male team. "They are all busy doing their own things. They don't pay attention to me. And I don't care about them, to be honest," Amanda thought. But she did go to the bowling alley for a girl's birthday party. There were fellow students, Molly and her boyfriend Marcus, whom she had been dating for 2 years. Amanda loved bowling and she was good at it, so she helped her team win. Everyone congratulated her, and the team captain and his friend Thomas even lifted and spun the girl in the air. It took Amanda's breath away, but she wasn't ashamed of the guy, but rather of her own enthusiastic reaction, which was not her style at all. The next time Thomas met Amanda was at a football game. A friend had called him over. "Listen, it's a great match, but my Molly's canceled. She's either got a manicure or a hairdresser for that time. Do you want to go?" Thomas wasn't a fan, but sometimes went to football for the atmosphere and the spectacle. And in the company of his best friend, he immediately agreed. What was his surprise when he saw Amanda next to Marcus? "Hi," he smiled at the girl. "What brings you here?" "You think only men like football," Amanda replied defiantly. "I don't think anything," Thomas mumbled, wondering to himself why this girl was so defiant towards complete strangers. Marcus explained that he had taken 4 tickets, but only Amanda could go and the others refused. "At least I found you. And the 4th ticket is missing," upset the friend finished. "Next time tell me there are 2 tickets. Maybe I could find someone," Thomas suggested. At halftime, Marcus went out for a smoke while Thomas bought coffee and crisps. When he returned, his friend was still out and Amanda was sitting on a chair with her legs tucked up. The weather was chilly. "Do you want coffee?" Thomas asked. The girl nodded. He handed her a cup and felt how cold her hands were. "Are you completely cold?" "I don't have anything to give you to put on," the boy said. "How about you don't be stubborn like a donkey? I'm hugging you just to keep you warm." "Don't think too much," Thomas said to Amanda. "No, I don't mind," the girl smiled. "Look, I've been out for 10 minutes and you're already sitting here cuddled up. What do you call that?" Marcus stretched out with a chuckle, returning from his smoke break. "It's called cold weather. If you're cold, you can join us," Thomas said. He pointed to the seat next to him. "No, I don't know what Molly will think when she sees you and me cuddling. I'd rather sit on Amandine's side. She's a girl, after all, at first glance." At least immediately, bending down, Marcus jokingly received a fist on the forehead from Amanda. "All right," Marcus said conciliatingly. "Pretty girl, no reservations. But remember, I'm with your sister Molly." "I have no claim," Amanda showed him her tongue. After football, Marcus went to pick Molly up from the cinema, where she had gone after the beauty salon with her friends. And he had strictly instructed Thomas to walk Amanda all the way to the front door. "I'm responsible for her, and if she runs off anywhere, I'll give you a hard time," Marcus threatened. "I'm not going anywhere," Amanda said. "I just want to get home quicker in general. I'm freezing. Sorry." Amanda, accompanied by Thomas, walked towards the entranceway. And sorry if I'm asking the wrong question. Why is your mom in a wheelchair? You don't have to answer if you don't want to, the girl asked. Oh no, she was in an accident. Her legs were paralyzed afterwards, Thomas shrugged. A long time ago, over 3 years ago. I see, do you want to come in? Get warm. No, I think I'll go. Mom will be worried. Thank you, bye. Amanda suddenly stood on tiptoe and kissed Thomas on his unshaven cheek. The girl had already disappeared down the driveway, but he stood there, rubbing the spot where she had kissed him. The next day, Marcus called Thomas at 7 a.m. Are you crazy? Thomas snapped at him. It's the weekend. You'll wake Mum up. Put it on mute, said his friend judiciously. Actually, it's a small but urgent request, Marcus said to Thomas over the phone. I'm taking Molly to the train station now. I want to ask you to buy some medication for Amanda and take it to her. She's been sick since last night's match. Marcus gave the list of medication and the address flat 38. She'll get it, because my dad won't be back from his shift until after 12. And she doesn't even have any antipyretics. Got it. I'll do it, Thomas replied. He hung up the phone and started to get dressed for somewhere this early. Where are you going? Woke up, Mum wondered. There's someone I need to help. Don't worry, I'll be back by lunchtime, Thomas said as he kissed his mum on the top of her head. He grabbed his purse and closed the front door. Amanda looked very pale. How could it be? Didn't the coffee or Marcus and I hugging you help? Thomas asked. I don't know myself. This sort of thing doesn't usually happen. I'm actually a hardened person. I've been camping in the rain, in the snow, freezing in tents, and I've never been sick. But here's some football, and immediately the temperature is 39. Well, go to bed. I'll do everything now. I'll bring you some medicine, Thomas said. Have you had breakfast, by the way, he asked. I don't feel like it. Okay, I'll figure it out. The kitchen is this. Amanda pointed with her hand and retired to her room, to her bed. Thomas boiled the kettle, poured in the instant medication. Then he looked in the fridge, took out 2 eggs and set them to boil. Finding bread, he made a cheese sandwich. Not finding a tray, he took a large flat plate, put the medicine and food in it, and carried it into the girl's room. Amanda opened her eyes and sat down on the bed in surprise. Wow. How did you get the hang of it so fast? Who taught you that? She asked. Life, Thomas smiled. Come on, sit down, we'll have breakfast now. Did you take your medication? No one has ever brought me breakfast in bed before. Well, there's a first time for everything. How did you know I wanted eggs? I didn't guess, the young man shrugged. I just know from myself that when you're sick, it's hard-boiled eggs that go best. And here's another sandwich. It seems to me that no one has ever invented anything tastier than a cheese sandwich. I like it with red caviar or fish, Amanda said dreamily. I love them too, but you can't eat them every day. But you can have them with cheese. I don't get bored, Thomas said. Eat. Come on, stop talking. Amanda happily took an egg from the dish and began peeling it onto her plate. After the girl ate her breakfast and drank the healing potion, Thomas carried everything back to the kitchen. Leave it. Amanda shouted after him. I'll wash it myself. She noted with some admiration, however, that the young man had not listened to her. From the kitchen came the sound of pouring water. Well, why did you? I told you I'll wash it myself. I know how men don't like to do the dishes, Amanda said. Who told you that? I love it when I do the dishes, thinking about life or some difficult problem that needs to be solved. And you know it helps, Thomas replied. You're right in my words. Who taught you that? Mum. She always said that you can find positive aspects in any activity. You just have to be lazy to look for them. My dad hates washing dishes, but he has 2 daughters. It's not hard for the 2 of us to share the housework. Where's Mum? Thomas asked. Amanda sighed. Mum's gone. I'm sorry, no, you misunderstand. She didn't die. She packed up her things one morning and left one morning, leaving my sister and I to Daddy. How come she left you? It turns out she did. Wow, how long ago? The day after my 10th birthday. That is, she decided that Molly and I were grown up and could be left to Daddy. I don't think she decided anything. She wrote a note saying she was in love with someone and disappeared from the horizon. Didn't you try to find her? Molly tried, and I refused. I thought the search was unfair to her father. I mean, kind of a betrayal. He raised us and we're still looking for our mom. Exactly. You're using my words again, aren't you? I can't imagine living without my mom. I have the opposite situation, Thomas said. Well, it's much simpler, really. My dad left when I was almost 20, said I was grown up and he wasn't a babysitter, and left my disabled mom. Amanda ahead after the accident. No, he lived with us for a couple more years. Like he said, waiting for Mom to settle in. And then, I'm sorry, and then it was just the two of you and Mom. Yes, but you wouldn't think so. She's very independent. She managed to finish a tailoring course, and now she sews at home. Only sometimes you have to go somewhere with her. To the hairdresser, for example. And after the accident, she's also become easier to get along with people. She even knows a taxi driver now. That's amazing to me. It was a taxi that got her into the accident. She said she had to fight her fears. So she started taking taxis more than she did before the accident. That's where Scott and I met. Now if I can't take her somewhere, she calls him, and voila. He comes and takes her wherever she needs to go, mostly to the shop for thread and fittings. But she can't travel much on her allowance, so she has to work part-time. You've got a heroic mom. Amanda smiled and was alert when she heard the front door lock open. Here comes Daddy. When Oliver entered the flat, he was greeted by Amanda and an unfamiliar young man. Hello, the father looked at his daughter questioningly. Let's get acquainted. This is Thomas. Nice to meet you. Oliver, the man, held out his hand. Thomas brought me some medicine, otherwise I'm sick after the football yesterday. Why didn't you text me? I'd stop by on my way out now and buy everything. Well, it's almost 12 now. Thomas brought me everything from early this morning. Has Molly gone? Yes, Mr. William. Marcus took her to the station. Thomas is a friend of his, by the way. Well, thank you, young man, for your concern for my daughter. Have some tea with us. No thanks, I'll be off. Amanda is in safe hands. I have many more plans for today. See you soon then. Goodbye. Why? As the door closed behind his guest, Oliver looked questioningly at his daughter. A friend of Marcus's, then. Well, yes, we met him back in the holidays. He was captain of my team. Then we met at the planetarium when I went there with my girlfriends. And he was with his mum. With Mum, Dad was genuinely surprised. Yes, his mum's legs are paralyzed, so he sometimes goes out with her to places like that. And yesterday there was a ticket missing. So Mr. William called Thomas to come to the football with us. That's all. All right, daughter. It's noticeable that I've asked you practically nothing. Did you tell me everything yourself? Yes, I know. You're generally sensitive and understanding. Amanda didn't bother to kiss her father. Because I'm sick, and retired to her room, to her bed. After Scott dropped Julia off at the usual place near Schweik's shop, she rounded the corner to the entrance and was horrified to find that the pavement there had been ripped up. A ditch had been dug in the pavement and bridges had been laid, which she could not climb up on her own. At a loss, she sat next to the decking and looked around, hoping for someone to casually help carry her over the obstacle. But in the middle of the workday, grandmothers with small children walked by. Can I help you? A man's voice sounded to her right. The woman exhaled with relief. Yes, please, if it's not too much trouble. She caught a glimpse of a man about her age who took a firm grip of the pram's handles and began to carefully lift it up the steep climb. Why are you without an attendant? He inquired. Oh, as long as there was no construction here, I managed on my own. And today it's a surprise, agreed the stranger, as she crossed the bridge. Where do you want to go next? Right here, to the Schweik's shop. Julia pointed to the entrance. Thank you very much. I can take it from here. You're welcome. How'd you get back? About the same. So maybe I should wait for you. Well, why would you waste your time? Some other kind person will find some other kind person. The man didn't put the pram down, rolled it up to the very entrance of the shop and held the door open. And yet I'll wait. No, I'll be there to choose and I may be late. I've got nowhere to rush. It's my day off and the weather's fine, so you can manage my time. Julia, realizing that she was expected after all, tried to finish her shopping as quickly as possible. When she appeared in the doorway, the midday sun was blinding her, and she didn't immediately notice the man waiting for her. He quickly walked over to the pram, took hold of the handles, and began to lower it. You don't think I'm imposing, but I thought your face looked familiar. Only I can't remember where we might have met. Then stop here. Did you decide I was clingy after all? No, it's been so long since anyone's courted me that it would probably be nice. I just want us to stand in the shadows and I'll look at you. What if I recognize you? Otherwise you've been behind me all the time and I couldn't see. When the man found himself standing opposite Julia, she too thought something familiar about him. What's your name? Oliver. And you're Julia, aren't you? Julia, is that you? Is that you? Me, Oliver from the neighboring school. Remember we were in the same school? At the talent encounter competition or something? You were reciting your poetry then? And Gwen was playing drums, seeing you off. She was in love, remember? The image of a blonde-haired, funny-looking boy with a girl's haircut came to Julia's mind. Oliver, of course I remember. I was in love with you too. We used to walk in the park and go to the cinema together. Right. Where did you disappear to? I went away to study. I got married. I have a grown-up son. Did you get married too? 2 daughters. Why are you in a pram? I had an accident 4 years ago in a taxi. Now I live differently. Leave me here, I'll call a taxi and they'll pick me up. Oh, really? Let me take you home. No, I'm telling you, don't. I've got it all worked out. The cattle will pull up right here. He's been driving me for over 3 years now. Julia, it's not hard for me, really. It's hard for me, Oliver, so thank you. But don't. Well, then maybe we can exchange contacts. Why? You can't ask me out on a date. You're not likely to come to visit either, are you? Let's just leave it at that. There's nothing to rekindle the past. That's a shame. Sometimes I thought we had a lot to say to each other. Believe me, I don't. Just an ordinary life like everyone else's. That's it. Come on, kiss you bye. Julia rolled the pram up to the taxi that had pulled up. Oliver looked sadly after her and went about his business. Dad, why are you looking so pensive? Amanda suddenly interrupted her story about going to the cinema when she saw that her father wasn't listening. Eh? No, I'm fine. Come on, it's not fine. Usually you always listen attentively. Now you're somewhere else. Come on, what happened? Falling in love. Bah. Amanda, what are you doing? What fall in love? I just met someone I know. We went to neighboring schools. So what? She's an old lady now. No, it's not that. She's still beautiful, but only with her mature beauty. She's my first love. She's in a wheelchair. And she's traveling around the city. She's adapted. She looks like she's not discouraged at all, just like 30 years ago. So what if she's in a wheelchair? Thomas's mom also uses a wheelchair to get around without the help of a man, and lives life to the fullest. Did she recognize you? Not right away, of course. Both of us have changed in the meantime, but we talked anyway. She's married and has a son. I told her I had 2 daughters, that's all. It just made me sad. Now I'm thinking, why didn't I take her coordinates? You didn't. Well, I asked, but I don't think she really wanted to give them. Maybe she has a jealous husband or was afraid I'd start hitting on her. Anyway, It's like this meeting never happened. Would you have? What started hitting on me? I don't know. She's pretty. Maybe I wouldn't have been able to resist. There you go, good for you. She sensed that and decided not to give you a chance. There's no point in reminiscing about your past loves. It's time to look for new ones. You're an optimist. I'm too old for new ones. Even the classics said that love is for all ages. You'll find yourself a young, beautiful woman. Would you like me to introduce you to my mates? So Amanda, stop being sarcastic. We've had our heart-to-heart talk and it's bedtime. I'm going on shift tomorrow. Good night, Dad. The youngest daughter kissed the sitting father on the top of his head. By the way, where's your sister? Suddenly remembered. Amanda shrugged. Who knows her, Molly? Maybe she's staying at Marcus's? Or hanging out in some bar again? I can't wait to get married, or I'm starting to worry about her. And for me. Not for you. Igoza, I know you can handle your problems on your own, and if you need help, you can complain to your daddy. I'm always ready, but I hope you won't need it. Me neither, Amanda said, slamming the bathroom door. Thomas thought for a long time about what excuse he could find to see Julia. Then he just texted her. Hi, what are your plans for today? How are you feeling? Hi, I'm fine. Thought I'd go for a walk to clear my head, but I can't. I can't get my head round nuclear physics. And the day after tomorrow I have to pass my exams. Just don't get snotty, or it'll be like football. You're just like my dad. Can you come with me and supervise? No, if you don't want to, why should I? I'm the one who called you out. Then I don't mind. Well, are you coming? I'll be there in half an hour. Waiting. Thomas began frantically pacing around the room, trying to figure out what he should wear so that if Julia got cold, he could lend it to her, with a wide, masculine gesture. Mum, I'm leaving. Mum, I'm going out, but I'll be back tonight. He glanced over to Julia, who was typing up another order. Okay. She looked up and smiled. Just get some bread. Deal. Thomas sprinted out the door. They walked with Amanda along the river, talking about school, friends, and parents. Dad can't wait for Molly to finally get married, the girl said suddenly. Why, Thomas wondered. He feels that only then will she stop wandering around the bars and sitting with her girlfriends. But I don't think his sister is planning that anytime soon. And if Marcus proposes to her, will she refuse or ask her to wait, but still refuse? She told me herself that married life is not for her. She likes to spend her time as she pleases, not hang up her obligations to her husband and, God forbid, her children, if anything. That's what I'm quoting. That's odd. And I would never say that. Especially when you look at their relationship with my mate. You'll excuse me, but that's not for broadcast. She's got a temper like that. She likes dating for now. She'll be with Marcus. Once she finds something more interesting to do, she'll leave him. I wish I was wrong. Me and Dad like him. It's just Mum's temper, the grimaces. I think you either underestimate your sister or you're just jealous of her. What's there to be jealous of? Well, time will tell. So I'm not going to argue. It's a waste of time. I realize you value your time. So you don't think our walks are a waste? No, of course not. At the moment, I'm taking a break from nuclear physics and getting to know a nice person better at the same time. Double benefit. You know, Amanda, that's what amazes me about you. You say everything directly. No flirtatiousness, no innuendos, no sly looks. Maybe that's what I want to impress you with. Well, you've succeeded. But why? Do I like you? Is it okay if I said it first? It's cheeky, but it's great. That's why I like you too. Then maybe we'll go out. Not everything has to go to your Molly, does it? I'd love to. Do you know where I live? There's my phone number. I'm always on call and I'm up for any entertainment within reason, of course. I suggest we start the classic way, the cinema. You can't go classic. The first one was football. We have a good chance of getting on the right track cinema. Why don't we watch an action film? Or a cartoon, depending on what's on. By the time Amanda turned in her session, summer was in full swing. She and Thomas went to the beach, sometimes with Molly and Marcus to grill kebabs, rented boats, and went to the middle of the river to put their faces in the fresh breeze. Thomas was seeing more and more of the girl's father, and the men found many common topics of conversation. I've always been dismissive of these fashionable professions, Oliver told his daughter, but it turns out that marketers can be interesting people too. Like your Thomas, for instance. Why did he suddenly get drawn into such a strange field? The name itself sounds like a swear word. Dad, we can't all be engineers, electricians, mechanics, Amanda objected. If he'd been some kind of sales manager or a taxi driver, which would have been better. I can't say about a salesman, but a taxi driver is quite a man's profession. How ancient are you, Amanda, smiling, looked at her father. What's so old and boring? Well, there's a little bit. Okay, Thomas's excuse is that he's pretty good with cars and knows a lot of the history of the world's biggest brands. And did you ask him? Does he need your excuses? Well, I have to be sure who I'm giving my car to, don't I? So the fact that he, Molly, and Marcus are in school is only now becoming a concern to you. But she's already got a temper of her own, twisting everyone around as she pleases. And you're my favorite? And if something goes wrong, will you be upset? What could be wrong? So you don't mind the favorite. Amanda realized that Dad had cleverly lured her into a verbal trap and went on the offensive. I don't get it at all. It's easy for us to discuss either I'm favorite or I'm not. Now, a long time ago, no one measures by such categories. It's nice, it's fun. So I'm really quite old then. I thought love was still necessary. Come on, let's stop being boring. We're just spending time together. Got it. Silence. Do you want strawberries? Oliver pulled an ice cream cone out of the freezer, cut some fresh strawberries he'd bought at the market into it, and handed it to his daughter. This one's to keep you in mind. Daddy always knows what you love and who you love too. Amanda laughed as she gorged herself on the treat. Before the new school year, the girl left for a student internship. It was difficult for outsiders and relatives to come there, as the city was closed and it was not easy to get there. Therefore, Thomas only called Amanda and told her the news. However, he did this often every day. You were right, though. Molly told Marcus it was time to break up. I comforted him all night last night. He was worried he'd done something wrong. We're about to start our degree. He was hoping to defend himself and propose to her. But it didn't turn out that way. I'm sorry I was right about Molly. Honestly, I was hoping she wouldn't do that to Marcus. But no, I don't even know what to do to calm him down. It's okay. The kid's a grown-up. He'll get over it. How's your internship going? Very interesting. Too bad I can't tell you anything, but it'll be over soon. I miss my dad and you terribly. Me too. Amanda. Come back soon. A couple of days before she returned, Thomas suddenly stopped calling and only texted back. He said it was inconvenient. He didn't have time. On the one hand, Amanda calmed down, but on the other hand, she thought about the fact that Thomas was nobody and had no right to do as he wanted. Back at the beginning of the summer, she would have called him herself. But now something had subtly changed in their relationship. When she, tired from the train, walked into the flat, she was surprised by some new look in the hallway and the fresh smell. From the kitchen door, a smiling dad looked out. There she is, he pronounced to someone and went to hug his daughter. Thomas came out of their girls' room carrying a huge bouquet of red roses. He smilingly handed them to the girl. Her heart leaped with happiness. But trying to appear nonchalant, Amanda said, "Hi, everybody. What's going on here?" "Oh, just this. Thomas has come to ask for your hand in marriage. I suggested we wait for you. After all, Dad winked at the groom. And we've been waiting for you for 3 days now." Thomas laughed. "Are you guys serious or something?" "No, I get that he's so serious. Practitioners' senses of humor are atrophying, but not to this extent. It's just that Thomas helped me redecorate the corridor. Here's the wallpaper lighter, the furniture fixed, right Amanda agad, looking round at the new interior of the hallway. But that doesn't defeat the main purpose. Thomas dropped to one knee in front of the girl. Will you marry me? I'm no engineer, of course, but I can still do something with my hands. See, and then your daddy will always help if I fail. Come to think of it, Amanda squinted. Because I haven't even had time to wash my hands from the road. Well, go wash, then. Think about it. If you're so indecisive. Come on, wash later. I missed you. Of course, yes, I'll do it. There you go, you hesitated. I told you so. However, that wasn't all the news on his return. At the table, her father told her that Molly had left home, practically repeating her mother's behavior. A week ago, she came out to breakfast and said, "Dad, I've fallen in love, so I've left Marcus. You have no idea how good it makes me feel. Only now do I realize what true happiness is. That's why I'm leaving with him without even meeting him. I don't think that's possible right now. I'll call you and Amanda, but we're going south, so we won't be able to see each other." "Down south where? Miami or something?" Dad asked. "No, North Caucasus. That's where he's from." I figured that would be a problem, so I didn't want to introduce you. Yes, he's from there. We're going to live with his family. Daughter, are you sure about this man? It's a different culture, different customs. And there will be no such liberty for you there. Dad, that's out of the question. The suitcase is already packed by 11. It'll be waiting for me at the driveway. What about your diploma? All you have to do is defend it. To finish my education, I'll deal with that. That's all. Then she took her suitcase and left, leaving Dad alone. I think I'm missing something, but there's no way I can figure out what exactly they're going through. She's 22. She's a grown woman. Let her live her life as she knows how. But she's my daughter, just like you. And now I'll be thinking about how she can settle down among strangers. It was her choice, wasn't it? If you had forbidden her. If you could, what then? Amanda asked. Oliver shrugged. I don't know. I don't know. I do. She would then blame you for all her failures. Now, God forbid she does well. But if anything happens, she can always come back here. I calmed your father down as best I could. Thomas excused himself as the two of them walked alone into the room. Don't make a drama out of it. Haven't you had enough trouble with your mom? So now you're also acting as a shoulder to cry on for my dad. I love you, Amanda. But sometimes I can't understand why you're so callous at times. Must be a tough man's upbringing. It's just a shame she won't be at my wedding. Or me at hers, apparently. It's become. Shall we go and break the news to my mum? I'm not tired at all. And now I can roll mountains at all. Now I'll get changed and let's go. Julia was sitting at the sewing machine when Thomas came whirling into the house, shouting from the doorway. Mummy. Mummy, where are you now? I'm here, she answered from the room. She finished her stitching and headed out into the corridor. Her son handed her a bouquet of her favorite chrysanthemums with shining eyes. What's the occasion? Julia asked. I have news. No, we have news for you. Amanda, come in. The girl Julia and her son had met at the planetarium entered the flat. I proposed to Amanda and she agreed to marry me. So, Mum, you've already met Amanda, of course, but now accepting her in her new capacity as my future daughter-in-law. Julia became agitated. But why didn't you say so before? I'd be quick to prepare something to celebrate. I haven't even got anything to serve for tea. You don't need anything. We brought a cake. Amanda pointed to the box. Where's your kitchen? Let me help. Thomas took his favorite by the hand and led the way. Julia returned to the room to put her work away and gather her thoughts a little. What a frisky boy. She was surprised at her own calmness, that he'll have more to worry about now. And I'll probably have more too. 5 minutes later, Julia was in the kitchen helping the boys set the table. "So when are the wedding plans?" Mom asked when everyone had finally sat down to tea in a friendly manner. "We're planning to apply tomorrow," Thomas said with a mute question looking at the girl. Amanda smiled and nodded yes, tomorrow. "And they usually give you 2 months there. So somewhere around the end of October or early November, most likely." "And how do you plan to celebrate? Who are you going to invite?" Thomas looked questioningly at Julia now. "Well, we should probably invite Dad." "Well, I don't know about calling, but you should definitely let him know. He's your father. And you, won't you be offended?" "Offended by what?" "I wouldn't invite him to my wedding." "But it's your party. And Nicholas is no stranger to you," Julia said. "Well, yes, that's not what I'm talking about right now. There are a lot of guests. Where and how do you plan to celebrate?" "We haven't planned anything like that yet. Thomas proposed to me, and we went straight from home to your place," Amanda replied. Julia smiled. "It's my pleasure. It's just that I think you need to think about how you're going to celebrate your holiday." "How about we just sign and call it a day?" Thomas asked his favorite girl. Amanda nodded confidently. Julia, seeing her confusion, decided to help a little. "Can I tell you what it looks like as an adult? And then you can decide for yourselves, okay?" And after the children agreed, she continued. "You can just sign your name and that's it. That's what people usually do when they get married for the second or third time, if the previous ones were unsuccessful for some reason. But in general, the holiday is for both of you to remember the day. And when you have a hard time, I hate to disappoint you, but there will be. That's when each of you could mentally return to this festive day, remember the happy eyes of your loved one, and look for a way out or ways to reconcile. Well, and in addition, you will then definitely not forget when to congratulate your wife. Usually men have a hard time with such dates." Julia looked at her son, and Amanda mumbled in embarrassment, "But I don't even know who to invite." "Parents and friends, relatives of those with whom one wants to share this joyous day. Daddy's the one you want to share it with, and Molly, my sister. But she's gone, and she'll be gone for sure," Thomas said. "I will, Mr. William. You don't mind, do you?" He looked at Amanda. "Of course I don't. Only I'm not sure he'll want to come after what Molly did to him. But I've discussed it with him. No more than 10 people will be gathered anyway. We'll make a small reservation at the restaurant." "Julia, will you help me with my dress?" Amanda suddenly asked her future mother-in-law. "Thomas told me that you make party dresses." Amanda asked. "Of course, darling, I'll do anything you want," Julia replied. Over the next 2 months, Amanda began to turn up at Julia's sometimes with Thomas, but more often alone. "I don't want him to know what dress I'm going to wear before the wedding," she explained to Julia of her visits alone. First, they discussed the style. Then the girl brought samples of fabrics, from which the seamstress chose a light lilac silk. And after the material was purchased, Julia set to work. At each fitting, she found something that could still be improved in the dress. And in the meantime, she asked the girl about her life. "You said Dad will be at the wedding. What about Mum?" "Mum hasn't lived with us for a long time. Molly and I were raised by her," Amanda replied. "Well, you should at least let her know. Thomas's dad doesn't live with us either. But you have to tell him." Amanda waved her head negatively. "I'm not going to. Besides, even if I wanted to, I still don't know where she is." "So you don't keep in touch at all?" "Absolutely," Amanda sighed. Julia shrugged. "I don't understand it. To just leave your daughters like that and not think of them at all. Maybe something happened to her, but that's not how it works either." "It happens," Amanda sighed sadly. "Molly tried to find her but couldn't, or told me she couldn't find her. And now I've repeated her fate myself. It's a good thing she didn't dump her children on her father and me. We'll get over it somehow. But what's it going to be like for her? I would have asked her to the wedding, but she told me not to look for her and said she'd call me herself. Dad must be upset, but he doesn't show it. He's comforting me, too. I'd love to meet him. At our party, you'll see how good he is. He's the best." "I'm sure he is," Julia smiled. "Mum, would you be okay if we stayed at Amanda's for now?" Thomas asked Julia shortly before the wedding. "No, why should I be offended?" Julia wondered. "If that's what you've decided, then it's what's best for you. It's just that Amanda is the mistress there, and here it'll be the two of you. And then it's closer for her to get to school. And Oliver works shifts, and sometimes he's gone 24 hours a day. And I'm here all the time." She continued with a smile. "Don't worry about me, Thomas. You know I've adjusted well. And then I trust you won't leave me anyway, and you'll at least call. Not just call, but come alone and visit with Amanda. You and I have been through so much together, I'll never leave you, my word of honor. I know, son, everything will be fine, but only if you're happy. And if you need such a small thing as living at Amanda's to do that, who am I to object? I have the most understanding mum, the loveliest mum in the world." Thomas rushed to hug her. "Well, don't exaggerate. Though I am certainly pleased." On the day of the wedding, Thomas had been very nervous since the morning of the wedding. Even though the registration was scheduled for 4 p.m., he got up at 6, and by 10, he didn't know where to put his hands. "Distract yourself. Shoot a film or something? Watch it," Julia urged him. "Mum, what film?" "Wedding Crashers, for example. Or 4 Weddings and a Funeral. I appreciate your sense of humor, but I'm having a today. Why did you have to call the reception so late? I'm going to go crazy waiting." "Well, hello, here we are. I waited 2 months. Everything was fine. And in a few hours he's worried, what if she changes her mind?" "No, she won't. I wish I had your confidence. I can tell you why I'm sure." "Why's that?" "If you'd seen how stunning she looks in her wedding dress, you'd realize too that no girl would agree to give up the ceremony in it. And then you could get a divorce afterwards." Thomas choked. Just kidding. You do have a lovely bride. You'll see for yourself soon enough." It was decided that Marcus, as the groom's best friend, and Oliver, the bride's father, would accompany the newlyweds to the registry office. "And I'll go to the restaurant to make sure everything is ready," Julia said. "Mum, are you sure you don't want to come with us?" Thomas coaxed her. "That's right, son. The registry office brings back unpleasant memories for me, so I'd rather stay away from it." Thomas realized how right Mum was when 3 hours later he rang the familiar doorbell of Oliver's flat. He opened it and signaled for him to come through to the large room. "While the bride and makeup artist finish her makeup," Oliver said. When the bride emerged from the doorway of her room, Thomas couldn't believe his eyes. His favorite girl looked like a fairy with shoulder-length curls and lilac flowers woven into her dress. The wedding dress made by Thomas's mother sat on the girl's perfect figure like a doll. The groom was afraid to say a word. Then Amanda waved her head. "If you keep quiet, I'll change into my shoes and jeans and go to the registry office." "Right." "Yes, my breath just took away from such beauty." "No, please. You'll wear your favorite shoes later. In the meantime, walk around like this for a little while." "All right, you got it," the bride smiled. Oliver smiled silently the whole time and looked at his daughter. Finally, Marcus called and said the hire car had pulled up and they could come out. "I had the wrong sister in mind," he smiled as he looked at Amanda. "It's getting late," the groom frowned jokingly. "Yeah, I'm not even making a claim. I just realized that you're lucky again, as you always are. I'm jealous of you. And Molly doesn't even know I'm getting married. With all this wedding stuff going on," Amanda thought of her sister. But she decided not to spoil the festivities and dismissed the thoughts. Nicholas arrived at the restaurant at the appointed time. He was escorted to a table where he met Amanda's friends. "Which side are you from?" one of the girlfriends asked. "I'm the father of the groom," the man replied proudly. The girls looked at each other in surprise. "Strange, I thought we were told that Thomas only had a mum. I guess we must have misunderstood something," they added. "Sweet girls, but you're adults. A person always has 2 parents," the man said in an admonishing tone. Well, yes, they nodded, not wanting to get drawn into the conflict Nicholas already wanted to set up. At that moment, Julia entered in her dark blue stunning trouser outfit. Hi, as if nothing had happened, she said, as if they had broken up this morning over breakfast. So where's your date? What couple? Thomas said he invited you along with your sweetheart. I don't know if she's your friend or your wife. And she said there was nothing to do, so she let me go alone. Allowed? Well, I'll give you the benefit of rationality. Well, sit here, the guys will be here soon. Don't you want to sit next to me and tell me how your life is and who your fiancé is? Julia looked at her ex-husband appraisingly. Honestly, not really. Besides, I have a lot of work to do with organizational matters for now. But don't worry, once your son arrives, you can ask the bride's father about anything you want to know about their family. He's sitting right next to you. And where are you? Will you be? Opposite. It's more convenient for me to get out of here than there. Next to the wall. And what? We're not even going to talk. What are we going to talk to you about? I think we've said everything we want to say to each other in 20-odd years. And maybe even what we didn't want to. Are you still that vindictive? Julia really wanted to answer, but she turned away and walked toward the hostess in charge of their tables. Finally, the car with the bride and groom pulled up in front of the restaurant. Thomas, who had jumped out first, opened the door for Amanda, easily picked her up and carried her in his arms to the entrance. But the two of them couldn't go any further, and the happy young man had to put the girl on the ground. Amanda kissed Thomas on the cheek and walked through the door. The driver got out of the car, walked to the driver's window of Amanda's father, who Julia hadn't seen yet but guessed was him, ducked into the open boot, and pulled out a box of wedding cake from there. Julia headed out to meet him at the entrance. No way, her mind flashed as she saw the man up close. Julia was dumbfounded. She stood in the doorway and blocked the passage. You'll pass, the staff member hustled over, taking the cake from the man's hands. Oliver took 2 steps and still stared in amazement at the beautiful woman in the wheelchair. And how are you here? He asked, the first thing that came to his mind. I'm actually the groom's mum, Julia replied. And in her mind, she put together the puzzle of that meeting outside the sewing supplies shop and today's celebration. I'm the father of the bride, Oliver muttered confusedly. I guessed that the woman smiled. Have you two met Thomas? Asked his mum, inviting everyone to the table. I happened to. Oliver nodded and took off his jacket and handed it to the cloakroom. When he sat down in his seat next to Nicholas, the latter immediately introduced himself. Nicholas, father of the groom, and extended his hand. Oliver, father of the bride. You have an adorable daughter. Thank you. They look good paired with your son. Oliver answered Nicholas' machine gently, while he remembered everything his daughter had told him about the groom's mother, about her moving around in a chair, about how Thomas's father had left the family, leaving him practically alone with his mother. That Thomas kept in touch with him occasionally and had invited him to his wedding. What Oliver heard did not add sympathy for Nicholas in his eyes, but the man decided to behave properly with this guest without singling him out. After drinking a little, Nicholas was drawn to a heart-to-heart talk. Where's your mum? He inclined his head towards his neighbor. Mine, Oliver wondered. No, your wife, clarified the visitor. Ah, no, I brought up my daughters myself. As she passed away. Why? I hope not. It just so happened that we separated and my daughters stayed with me. I left my son with my mother, too. I couldn't take away the one she loved so much. Oliver still didn't understand why too, or whether Nicholas was comparing himself to his ex-wife, considering such an act honorable. I heard Thomas was an adult when you two separated, he said, the first thing that came to mind. To us, our children are always children, the neighbor muttered in an enthusiastic tone. Isn't that so? Except you can't take them away or give them away, unlike 10-year-olds. Here they can make up their own minds. Nicholas stood up. I'd like to make a toast. Julia looked at him and glanced warily at her son. Thomas nodded. Dear Thomas, I congratulate you on this important step in your life. I wish you long love, fidelity, and happiness. Remain attentive to each other in sorrow and in joy. Be the head of the house, that is, the one whom your wife will obey. Then you will be happy all your life." The son rose from his seat. "Thanks, Dad. It seems to me that the main thing here is not obedience, but mutual trust. And we'll be happy together. We can't do it alone. Isn't that right, love?" Amanda nodded in response. There's a saying Nicholas was already unstoppable. The husband is the head and the wife is the neck. Where I want to go, I go where I want to go. So I wish you were both head and neck, and anything else lower. He suddenly laughed unpleasantly. All the guests were silent, and the groom tried to straighten out the situation. "Let's drink to the happiness of everyone here." Oh no, his father suddenly became indignant. "This is your wedding? Let's drink to you. To everyone here, too. I don't want to drink to your mother's happiness. She ruined 20 years of my life, and then she had an accident. She wanted to take it out on me." Julia sat blushing as she listened to her ex-husband talk. Then she couldn't take it anymore and walked away toward the exit. Oliver jumped up and tried to get Nicholas to sit back down, but he was getting more and more upset, blaming the wheelchair-bound woman for all his own failures. Then Oliver picked up his neighbor and carried him out into the fresh air. Yikes, Thomas stretched out quietly to his fiancée. Mum wanted the holiday to be memorable. Now it's sure to be memorable. "Thomas, we need to find Julia," Amanda asked him. Walking out of the restaurant, Oliver slapped Nicholas in the face. "Come to your senses. You can't get that drunk." "Why should I?" he resented in a drunken voice. "Just the truth. Tell me, did you live with her? Why are you hiding your eyes? What has he done with my wife already, eh? No? Try me. Have you ever lived with a handicapped person? Do you know what it's like? That's right. So don't shut me up." Thomas was right. "I shouldn't have invited you." Oliver looked at him thoughtfully. "What? I'm his father, by the way. Without me, your daughter wouldn't have a fiancé. Understand? So I'm in charge here. And who are you? Without me, your son wouldn't have a wife. There's a bundle of them at the market for a nickel on market day. You should have found another." Nicholas had no time to finish, for a powerful blow to the jaw knocked him to the ground. "Oh, you like that? Are you going to fight some more coward, the fallen drunk in a snowdrift, trying to get up?" Oliver watched his attempts, rubbed his knuckles, shrugged, and hailed a taxi. "Remember the address?" he asked Nicholas, pushing him into the back seat. The man replied. "That's where you take him. You get him up to the flat, they'll pay your fare. He's a priceless treasure. Everyone's afraid of losing him." Then he shut the door and tried to forget what had happened. When Oliver returned, he caught Julia's decisive look. "Sent him home in a taxi," he replied. Then he took the chair by the handles and rolled it to the banquet table when all the extra people were gone. "Sorry, Thomas. A guest has already left. We can finally relax and get on with the festivities." The man smiled at the guests and took on the role of toastmaster. He did a great job. Half an hour later, everyone had practically forgotten about the unpleasant incident. As a gift, Oliver gave the newlyweds a week in a nice hotel in the city center. "Just the two of you," he said as he handed over the gift, "so you won't be disturbed by any mums, dads, or other personalities close to you. And then welcome home." As the new family left for the hotel and the guests began to disperse, Oliver offered Julia a ride home. "Oh, really?" she began to refuse. "I still have to finish up with the staff here, then get my stuff. I'll call Scott and he'll pick me up." "Who's this Scott who's always crossing my path?" the man jokingly shouted. "No way. I won't listen to you this time. I'll wait for you if I have to, even until the wee hours of the morning if necessary, and then I'll take you home. No answer is not acceptable." "Julia, hello. I'm sorry to call you, but I picked up a girl on the road and she has nowhere to go. Can I bring her to you? Would you take her in for the night? And then maybe she'll tell you her address. I think she's afraid of me." "Sure, Scott, the flat, you know the place. Bring her in. I'm afraid she won't come with me. Can you come down with me so she can come with you? Please." "All right, I'll wait for you." The taxi driver arrived at 11:30 in the morning. "You see, I had a booking out of town. I come back. I see someone walking along the curb. I slow down. I look at the girl and her eyes are frightened. I said, "Get in. I'll give you a lift to town for free." And she ran away from me into the woods. But she didn't run far. Then she tripped over a stone, fell down, lay there and couldn't get up. But I picked her up and took her to a trauma center. They said it was a bruise, no fracture, and she didn't have any documents with her. Anyway, they sent us out of there. Where am I supposed to put her at night? I can't. And how do I start talking to her? She's in a corner and doesn't talk. I've locked her in the car now so she won't run away. Scott helped Julia downstairs, drove her to the car and opened the door with the key. Inside sat a girl, thin and dirty. Julia started talking to her as gently as possible. "You're hungry. Come to my place. We'll eat, spend the night, and then we'll look for a shelter for you." The girl moved away from the outstretched hand and looked at Scott. "I tell you, she's afraid of me," said the young man with a typically southern appearance and accent. Sometimes indeed girls were afraid to get into his taxi when he came to a call. The man was not offended by this. He guessed that not all men with such appearance behave respectfully towards women. However, sometimes he wanted to help and he couldn't because of prejudice. Just like now. No, he's not coming with us." Julia interpreted the girl's behavior correctly. "Just me and you, and then I'll let him go now. But I must have someone to help me up to the flat, and there's nobody around but you. Shall we go this time?" Julia moved slightly away from the door, as if inviting the girl out. It worked. Scott quickly thanked the woman and left. Julia and the stranger stood not far from the entranceway. "So are you going to help me out? Or will I have to wait for another passerby?" the woman asked. The girl took hold of the handles of the pram and rolled it towards the entrance. Julia gave a little prompting and corrected her actions. When they reached the flat door, the woman opened it with her key and swung it open for her guest. "Take a look if you want to. I live alone. There's no one in the flat. My place is safe." The girl cautiously stepped inside, carefully wiped her shoes on the mat, and took off her shoes. Julia smiled. As long as the man remembered the rules of decorum, everything would be all right. She escorted the girl into the flat and closed the door. "Hungry?" Julia asked. The stranger nodded affirmatively. Julia went to the kitchen, pulled chicken out of the fridge and put the kettle on. While the girl cleaned up and washed herself, Julia quickly prepared a hot side dish and set the table. "Eat." The hostess placed a plate in front of her guest. She took a fork and began to eat, taking care not to lose a single crumb. When the first hunger was satisfied and the girl relaxed a little, Julia asked, "What's your name?" "Miriam." "Hey, Marion." The girl shook her head negatively. "Miriam." "Okay, my name is Julia. Where are you coming from, Miriam?" From far away, the interlocutor waved her hand uncertainly. "And what made you go like that? Where are your papers? Have you lost them?" "I ran away from him." "Wow. Did he beat you or something?" "No, just punished me." "What do you mean he punished you?" "Various things." Miriam lowered her eyes. "And why did you put up with it? You could have complained to the police or your relatives." "The relatives are all on his side. If he raises her and punishes her, it means he loves her. If he didn't love her, he'd just throw her out the door like a kitten." "Is that what they say? And yours too?" "Mine aren't there." "Well, what about the police?" "They're all there for their own, and I'm a stranger." "I see. What do you plan to do?" "I don't know. I have relatives here. Maybe I'll find one if they accept me. But no, I'm going to work. I'll build a life from scratch." "What might they not accept?" "I ran away from home and haven't kept in touch with them." "I don't know." "Let me help you find them. What are the names of the relatives?" "No need. I'll do it myself." "You're on your own. Where will you live?" "You can stay at my place. I'm alone. My son and daughter-in-law come sometimes. I have friends and clients, and so no one will interfere." "Thank you, I'll think about it." Can I go to bed now? Sure. Good night. Julia didn't sleep well that night. She was worried both about Miriam and the fact that she might turn out to be a fraud, only pretending to be unwell. What if she and Nicholas were in cahoots? Ugh. How many years have I known the man, and still I doubt it. What am I to take? The woman was angry at her own thoughts. I mean, he sees how I live, and she obviously needs help. In the morning, she texted Oliver and asked him not to come. They had agreed that they would go to the shop, but Julia realized she couldn't leave the girl alone just yet. Why? Has something happened? The man was frightened. There's nothing wrong. It's just that I've got company. She's afraid of strange men. Shall we reschedule for tomorrow then? I don't know yet. All right. After the boys' wedding and their move to Amanda's place, Julia felt like Oliver had taken over her. He contacted her often, offering to help, bringing her groceries, and sometimes suggesting that they spend time together in the park or at the cinema. If Julia wasn't swamped with work, she gladly agreed. On the one hand, she noticed that she was becoming attached to him, but on the other hand, she was afraid of losing the few joys in life that she had recently acquired. In the morning, Miriam looked much better. She helped Julia with breakfast and was a little more cooperative. Thank you so much. I haven't had such a good night's sleep in a long time, she said. You're welcome. I slept great today too. So what are you planning to do? I don't know yet. I'd like to get a job, but it's impossible without papers. Where did your husband keep yours? I ran away. What kind of slavery is that? Why did you marry him? Did your parents make you marry him? No, I loved him myself. He was completely different before I became his wife. He used to carry me in his arms, guessing my every wish. But after the registration, he changed dramatically. He took away my papers, told me to wear a headscarf. He started calling me whatever he wanted. It's like Miriam, so it's not your name, Julia asked. No, that's what his family called me. Told me to forget my name. If I didn't respond to Miriam, they punished me. Who all? His mother, father, sisters. Everyone chiseled that my name was Miriam. I became her. And why did you give me that fake name yesterday? I don't know you. What if you know his family and you'd give me away? That's why I called myself Miriam. Yeah, I have no idea who your husband is. And if I did, I'd strangle him with these hands. Look at you, a beautiful young woman. No children. No, that's why I was also chastised for not being able to get pregnant. It was like living in the Middle Ages. So what's it like? Do you know the address of your relatives and acquaintances? I know, but I can't go there yet. There's someone I want to find. Did you go to school with him? You don't remember his phone number. How did you lose your memory? How are you going to find him? Do you have internet? Maybe through social media. Well, try it. There's a laptop. Miriam spent almost the whole day while Julia sewed, searching. Then she asked her landlady for her phone and dialed a number. Hi. It's me. Did you recognize me? She said into the receiver. Can you come over? I really need to talk to you. Please. What's the address here? She asked Julia. She dictated it. Miriam hung up the phone in surprise. I thought he wouldn't want to talk, but as soon as he heard the address, he shouted that he was on his way. So maybe you were afraid for nothing. I've done a lot of bad things to him. I want to ask for help and forgiveness. Even if you can't bring back the past, you can still be human. What do you think? Of course, everything will be all right. He'll help, don't worry. The doorbell rang about 40 minutes later. Julia opened it and was stunned. Standing in front of her was Marcus, her son's best friend. Where is she? Who's Miriam? She asked. Miriam, who the boy looked at her in surprise. Molly, it was the hostess's turn to be surprised. At that moment, the guest came out of the room. Hello, Marcus, she said. Julia exhaled a sigh of relief. Indeed, Molly. The guy hugged the girl and she suddenly cried on his shoulder. Please forgive me, please. I have deceived you so much, Miriam, Molly said. That's all right. Calm down. It's all right, replied Marcus. How did she end up here, he asked Julia. Cattle found her on the side of the road. Didn't know where to put her, so he brought her to me. She went by the name of Miriam. Why Miriam, he asked Molly. That's what everybody called me. I'm used to introducing myself to all strangers that way. And do you know who you happen to know? That's Amanda's mother-in-law, by the way. Your sister's sister. Yes. While you were away, she married Thomas. And this is Thomas's mum. We'll consider it an introduction. I'm sorry, I didn't know, Molly muttered. Julia remembered Oliver's sad eyes as he talked about his eldest daughter, and a strange anger rose in her. Do you know how your father worries? The landlady snapped at the girl and disappeared inexplicably. Told me not to look. I couldn't even call you to my sister's wedding. How can you do that to people you care about? Daddy, do you know him? Molly asked. Well, what do you think if our children were married? Now I'm definitely not letting you go anywhere until you call your father. Understand? And don't look at Marcus. I'll kick him out if I have to. I'm all for you calling Oliver myself, Marcus interjected. There's a phone over there, too. Molly picked up the phone and stared at it for a long moment, gathering her composure. Then she dialed the number. Hey, Dad. Dad. Oliver had a morning shift tomorrow, so he was getting ready for bed when suddenly the phone rang and Julia's number popped up. Something's wrong, his mind flashed, because his lover wasn't in the habit of calling this late. In his mind, he'd been calling her exactly that for a long time. My sweetheart, but he was afraid to admit it to her. All the time he found some excuse. Maybe now is the time, Julia thought. Hi, Dad, it's me, said the receiver. Who am I? Molly, the voice answered. Oliver ahead and sat down on the couch, then jumped up and paced around the room. Why are you calling from this number? What's wrong? Oliver asked. Dad, I'm back. I'm fine, but Marcus and Julia are almost all here now. She's the one who gave me the call. When are you coming home? Dad, I'm with Marcus, but I'll definitely be there tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow. My papers are all gone. They have to be restored. Jesus, it's just little things. What do these papers mean? We'll restore everything, don't worry. The main thing is that you're safe and back. I love you, Daddy. And I love you so much, my daughter. I'm looking forward to seeing you again. Kisses. Put Julie on the phone, please. Molly handed the phone over. That's why you canceled. Because you had my daughter. And you didn't tell me. Wait a minute, Oliver. I didn't. She introduced herself by another name, and it's not like I've never met her. Anyway, it's a long story. She and Marcus will tell you all about it later. Okay, how's she doing? How does she look? Tired, but she looks unharmed. You'll see for yourself soon enough. Don't worry, Julia reassured the girl's father. I'll come and see you tomorrow after my shift. But they're on their way to Marcus's now. Let them. You heard what I said. I'll come to you. The news spread quickly, and by morning Thomas and Amanda knew that not only had the prodigal daughter returned home, but also to Marcus. He was overjoyed. He helped her adapt in every way he could. He took her to the hairdressers, then to her treatments. Afterwards, they went for a walk together, and Molly talked about what she'd been through. You know, all my life I wanted some kind of drive, some kind of adventure, something unusual. So I went there. And here everything seemed routine and swampy to me. But there, it's exotic, patriarchal relations, family, love. Now I realize that I would rather have my own swamp than incomprehensible risks of being punished for the slightest offense or misunderstanding. It must be very difficult for you to forgive me, but I ask at least to understand. If you can't, I'll understand and just let you go. But maybe we can try to start over. Marcus had thought to himself more than once about what would happen if Molly suddenly came back. At first he decided he wouldn't let her go anywhere, because he'd take revenge on both her and the hot guy who dared to take his love away from Marcus. And afterwards he'd resigned himself to the fact that apparently it wasn't fate. And only now, when the girl came back, he realized that he had never loved anyone like that. And maybe he would forgive her, and they would be together again. Thomas and Amanda, after his sister's return, began to discuss how they would be housed and whether it would be better for them to move in with Julia. However, Marcus was quick to set the record straight. "Molly will live with me," he stated unhesitatingly. "We have a lot of business and plans together, so we'll come and visit you, of course, but nothing more than that. Won't we, dear Molly?" The girl, with tears of happiness in her eyes, nodded and occasionally kissed her young man in front of everyone. After Amanda and Thomas were married and then Molly returned, everything fell into place for Oliver. He was calm for his daughters and increasingly thought it would be a good idea for him to confess his feelings to Julia too. What if she doesn't accept me with my confession? After all, we are relatives now. How will we communicate, he thought. But the more he watched the happiness of Thomas and his youngest daughter, the more he wanted something similar for himself. Perhaps if he hadn't been so infatuated with Julia, he would have found someone else. But now, in his eyes, no other woman compared to her. Sometimes he wanted to see her so badly that he would make up all sorts of different and sometimes ridiculous excuses to come to her after his shift and then go home. Julia saw this and had strong feelings for Oliver, but she couldn't offer herself to anyone in such a state. Why would he want an invalid? She thought. He's such a good-looking man, he can find a young and healthy woman who can bear him more children. Not like me, half immobile. Oliver came to her this time, thinking that they would go to the cinema together. And there, finally, he would confess everything to her. But the woman refused, saying she wasn't in the mood to go out. "Then, if we're not going anywhere, maybe you could show me some old photos or an album," Oliver asked suddenly. "Because the kids are already married, and I've never seen how young my son-in-law was." Julia was glad for a quiet evening, and was happy to show the man where to get the photo albums. They settled down next to each other on the sofa and immersed themselves in memories. "Oh, here are my school ones," the woman marveled, pulling black and white photos of her class out of the bag. "And that's you," Oliver pointed at the young girl in one of them. "That's right. And how did you recognize it?" "I don't recognize myself in them sometimes." "You haven't changed a bit. You're the same now. Look at you." "Don't flatter me so rudely. I'm a feeble old woman. And an invalid. You have a crooked mirror." "You are a beautiful woman, whom I love very much," the man suddenly burst out. Julia looked at him intently. "Shall we pretend I didn't hear that?" "No, we won't pretend. You heard perfectly well what I said. I love you and I want you to hear it all, by the way." He moved over and kissed Julia firmly on the lips. She sat still at first, but then something stirred inside her, and she responded to the kiss more forcefully. She felt dizzy, and Oliver gently laid her beloved down on the bed. They touched each other gently, slowly undressed, and savored every moment and every mole of their desirable bodies. It was a thrilling feeling. It gradually but surely carried them higher and higher, to those heights of bliss that each of them could not even dream of. Finally, tired, they lay next to each other and basked in the warmth of their bodies. At that moment, the front door slammed and the doors to the room swung open quickly. Amanda walked in. Oliver only had time to cover his beloved with a blanket. The daughter looked at her father in silent horror. Thomas hadn't slept for the second night. He had a toothache. He was afraid to go to the doctor. Amanda coaxed him as best she could. "You're a grown, married man. How long can you stand it? Go to the doctor, at least he'll see what's wrong." The sick man shook his head. "I have a salary in 3 days, then I'll go to a paid clinic. I don't have any money now." "Go to an ordinary clinic. There you will do everything for free. The acute pain will be relieved, and you will go for treatment after your salary." But the husband hoped to wait until the end of the week. On Wednesday, in the middle of the day, Thomas realized that he had no more strength. He took a day off work and went to the free clinic. He was immediately given an appointment for acute pain, but was asked for a policy. "Oh, I don't have one," the man was confused. Not at all, was surprised by the girl at the reception desk. No, I don't have it with me. Well, call home, ask to have it dictated to you. That's enough for us, and you don't need to see the policy itself. Thomas called his mum, as he had not had time to take the policy with him to his new place of residence. Mum didn't pick up the phone. She's probably with a client, he thought as she worked on an order with a customer, switching off the sound on the phone so she wouldn't be distracted. Thomas thought feverishly about what to do. He decided to call Amanda. In case you don't have class, and drive over to your mother's to pick up the policy. Where is it lying? The wife asked. Well, that's where you'll come. If Mum's not there, ring up and I'll tell you. As it is, she knows well. The girl agreed. Taking his keys from the nightstand, drove to the flat. Amanda was in a hurry to be there in time for Thomas's appointment, because he'd been told strictly that the doctor wouldn't see her without a policy number. She almost flew upstairs, and frantically opening the door, ran into the room and froze in horror. Hello, daughter. What are you doing here? Oliver asked her, covering Julia lying on the bed with the covers. Daddy, the purpose of her arrival and all the words that needed to be said slipped out of the girl's mind. She looked at her father and mother-in-law in silence and tried to gather her thoughts. Amanda, could you step outside for 5 minutes? Her mother-in-law asked her. Yes, sorry. The girl popped out into the kitchen. Oliver immediately got up, got dressed, and helped Julia sit down and clean up. They giggled quietly amongst themselves, a little embarrassed by the situation. Finally, the man opened the door and stepped out to his daughter. Amanda, we're adults, he started to say, but then changed his mind and asked, didn't they teach you to knock? I was the daughter, agreed. You did. But Thomas couldn't get Mum on the phone and thought she was with a client. And it's an emergency for me. You've only known each other for a short while. When did you have time to? Well, how can I put it? Well, actually, we've known each other since high school. And then I was courting Julia. And then, remember I told you about how I met a woman from the same class, but I never got her phone number. Amanda covered her mouth with her hand. So that's her. Yes, and the next time I met her was at your wedding. But this one is hardly a coincidence. I think it's fate. Are you two going to whisper like that in there? Julia's voice came from the room. Dad and daughter appeared in the doorway. Come in, Amanda. I'm sorry we met you like this. Oh, please, Julia, I'm the one who should be apologizing. Bursting into your house without warning or a call. By the way, what's the emergency? Right, I almost forgot. Amanda tapped herself on the forehead. Thomas went to the doctor with acute pain, and the policy is here, so he asked me to come over and dictate the number to him. Wouldn't it have been easier for me to call? He did. Only you didn't answer the phone? I thought you had customers. Amanda excused her husband. And he's already sitting in the queue. He won't be admitted until he has a number. He's had a toothache for 3 days. A little embarrassed that she hadn't answered her son, Julia walked over to the dresser and pulled out a folder containing the paperwork. Digging around, she pulled out Thomas's policy and handed it to her daughter-in-law. Here you go, call him. Told him not to run his teeth. He's so scared of dentists, he waits until he's in a real bind. Well, thank God. I thought I had a perfect son-in-law with hands, with a head. No, but he does have his faults, doesn't he? There are. But I won't tell you about them. Think of it as his only one. Julia nodded. Dad, what took you so long? Amanda fussed in the corridor. Well, tell her. Dad, I got here 3 hours ago and you're still not ready? Why did you have to break in at 7 in the morning? Julia and I were still asleep, by the way. Well, what about balloons to buy? And flowers are expensive. At 7 in the morning, the flower and balloon shops aren't open yet. I knew it would take you 3 hours to get ready. I'm coming anyway. She said to be there by 11:30. Amanda sat in the kitchen and chuckled at the fuss. You'd think it was his wife and child, she said to her father. Finally, everyone was ready. and the two cars drove amicably out of the yard. On the way, they picked up Marcus and bought everything for the party. When a happy Molly with the baby in her arms came out of the door of the maternity hospital, Marcus immediately flew up to his beloved, and Oliver handed flowers to his daughter. Then, everyone crowded round the envelope-wrapped baby and opened his face. The baby was smiling in his sleep. Oliver leaned over to him and said softly, "Well, hello, Travis. Welcome to our friendly family."